Wow, look at that dollar go. Crazy. All right. Good evening. How do you do, folks? And let's see. Oh, good, good. Perfect chance to turn this music down here off. We, well, we find ourselves in an interesting spot, don't we? Okay. So let's do this. Let's check out. I got this advanced copy of this new market update thing. From one of our premier sponsors, Alkin LLC. And so Alkin LLC produced this video, I believe, and we'll see how it works. It's down to whether we're going to use Alkin LLC for this type of information or Becker Financial. And so, you know, we're on the fence here. Maybe we'll use both for different things, but you know, in all fairness to both, let's allow Alkin to show us what they got. Momentarily here, once I make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row, as they say. Okay. I think we do. So I think we can go ahead with this. All right. Here's our last. This is our last week's summary from Alkin LLC.
John Good Price from Alkin LLC here with your weekly update. U.S. stocks closed at fresh record highs on Friday. The S&P 500 gained 1.07%. The NASDAQ was up 1.74% and Dow Jones rose by 134 points. As strong results from megatech companies lifted investors' mood, despite a stronger than expected jobs report. Meta shares jumped 20.3%.
Now that is insane.
Announced its first dividend and posted its biggest quarterly sales rise in 2 years. Amazon jumped
biggest quarterly sales rise in 2 years.
14% rise.
What are they selling? What did they sell more? I don't know. Got to look into that.
Nvidia was also higher sales rise in 2 years. Amazon jumped
7.87% after reporting a 14% rise in revenue.
7.87% after reporting a 14% rise in revenue. Nvidia was also higher for 0.97%, while Apple cut losses.
I love the Nvidia imagery there.
4%, even though the company's sales in China disappointed.
How about that? Apple actually going down.
ExxonMobil lost 0.46%.
Now that's an interesting dichotomy here too.
Results, while Chevron shares
went up, ExxonMobil went down.
The company raised its dividend by 8%.
Dividend.
On the data front, the U.S. economy added 353K jobs last.
Yeah, do we really believe this, or what is going on with this? This is something that needs to be looked into as well. I see a lot of people talking about this, the fake jobs report.
Month, nearly doubling the projected 180K.
Yeah, double?
While the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7% and wage growth unexpectedly accelerated. This has been your Alkin LLC weekly update.
All right.
John Good Price reporting.
Not bad, not bad. Hey, Manuel, people are the product, so they're selling more people. Where do you get these people from, by the way? Where I haven't seen the people for sale on Facebook Marketplace, but I'm interested. Jobs report deep dive shows 500,000 jobs last month and 2 million jobs lost over the last 2 months. Okay, let me read that again. Jobs report deep dive shows 500,000 jobs lost, 500,000 lost jobs last month, and 2 million lost jobs over the last 2 months. So 500,000 jobs lost last month and 2 million lost over the last 2 months. So I guess then we can assume that it's 1.5 million in the other month of the last 2 months. Not good. Not good. What is happening here? What wow, look at the bonds too. Okay. So this this is what we call an interesting futures opening, okay? I'm just going to come right out and say that. This could be an interesting futures open. Look at the dollar. Look at the 10-year notes and the bonds, long-term bonds. What do you think it will look like when we pop over to the yields? But also, crude oil here, right here in the middle, smack dab in the middle. Crude oil's up. I mean, it's still within the range that it's been in, right? I think. But nevertheless, it popped up. Same with natural gas. Which, had kind of been down. So it's popping back up. Okay. And, of course, we see stocks. And I've got the Dow here, but I'm going to switch this to the Russell. But not much. I mean, pretty muted. In fact, we've seen, and I'll show this on over on TradingView. I think it'll be easier to display there. But who is in charge of the phone tree? I think that was Charlotte. Are we having audio issues? Test. Let's audio is fine for James. Okay. Underwater. Dropouts. Oh yeah. Of course we know what a phone tree is. Oh, yeah. I don't think we ever had to use one. But they were always in place, Okay. Yeah. The... And, the funny thing is, sound actually travels faster in water than it does in air. Isn't that funny? So I don't know why you're getting a lag. If anything, you should get it sooner than everyone else. I don't know. Model 3 dude. Okay, no issues. Written on the wall by the phone in the basement. words of the prophets were written on the subway walls, tenement halls. Okay. Now that we have everybody, pretty much everyone here, words with Mr. Edison. Model 3 dude's been on vacation. Where you been, sir? Because your home would be a vacation for me with the weather that we've had. Okay. Well, we did the update, the review. So we might as well check out the outlook. For next week. And then we'll get on with the rest. All right.
Those from McDonald's, Caterpillar, Eli Lilly, Amgen, Walt Disney, Uber, S&P Global, Philip Morris, and ConocoPhillips. Investors will also closely watch for insights from Federal Reserve officials, along with key economic indicators such as ISM Services PMI and trade balance data. Internationally, the focus will be on interest rate decisions in Australia, India, Thailand, and Poland, as well as inflation rates for Turkey, the Philippines.
Those are going to be bad.
And Mexico. Additionally,
probably
external trade data for Australia, Germany, France, Canada, and Brazil, along with services PMI figures for Spain, Italy, and Brazil, will be closely monitored. In China, investors will scrutinize cakes and services PMI and consumer and producer prices. Finally, Germany will release factory orders and
ooh, that'll be interesting.
Canada labor market data and Euro area retail sales.
Peter Fitch here for Alkin, LLC.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Yeah, I was digging that music too. Okay. All right, now, so let's take a look at this here. 2 segments of a world cruise. Awesome. Awesome. My mother does those things. She may be on one now. All right, let's pop over. Real quick here and check out a couple other things on the charts. For example, I got to get I had all these plans today and then, well, you know how things go. Oh, jeez, okay. I don't know why that's there. Yeah, we're having all kinds of trouble here today. It's just, you know, par for the course, all that kind of stuff. All right. Why I'm not seeing this here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Bitcoin. BTC. On a 30-minute basis. Actually, on a daily basis. Fuck it. That's where we are now. Looks like it popped up to, Jesus, nearly 50K on Thursday. Currently sitting at 42.5. All the cryptos sort of look the same, mostly. Thursday the 11th is when Bitcoin hit that almost 50K. And then hit a local low here, like 38. I just think that's interesting. But even more so are these yields, probably. So here's the 10-year yield. So obviously back here in October of 23 is when we saw this sort of thing top out just north of 5%. And then, you know, we can actually compare the NASDAQ QQQ ETF here and sort of see how this worked. But we had the lows here of the Qs correspond with basically the highs of the 10-year yield. And as the yield slipped down, here's 5% all the way down to 4%. Saw the market explode. And it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward with this. But, you know, as we see here, this is actually from Friday. They've got the 10-year at 103.26. Where did my... There it is. So we'll just have to check that once the... once things open up tomorrow. Okay. So that pretty much does it for the futures update there. Like Ryan Fishier told us, we got those earnings next week and yada, yada, yada. Maybe we'll come back to that. Okay. Now, does anybody have that beheading video? Just kidding. DM me if you do. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of this stream.
Surprise, surprise. Ken Griffin suggests that the markets are efficient because of active managers such as Citadel Securities. According to him, they are very important for the market simply because they're setting the prices for securities through fundamental research. Ken Griffin expressed frustrations on top of all this that the SEC is trying to change the market forever. It's trying to make the market to evaluate itself and price itself without the help of Citadel and companies like Citadel. According to them, SEC's regulatory burden on active managers is simply looks like a target to active managers. And this will simply negatively impact both passive investors and companies who are simply trying to raise capital. Ken Griffin, ladies and gents. So correct me if I'm wrong. I might misunderstood something. So if there isn't a market maker or broker or company at the level of Citadel or active management on the stock market, we're not going to get the best pricing. The first thing that comes to my mind, I will be 100% honest with you. All the companies that fail, all the banks that are failed, the pricing was actually controlled or regulated by some of the active managers? Good question. Because they said that they're controlling the fundamental value. So if the company filed for bankruptcy, this means that the active managers directly or indirectly price the value of the stocks to be at zero. Price the value of the companies to go to bankruptcy levels.
I don't think so.
Expressed frustrations with the regulatory burden imposed.
I don't think so.
By the SEC. He noted that in the past 18 months, approximately 50 new rules have been introduced or proposed that seemingly target active management and capital allocation in the US.
I don't understand the tone of what Angelo is saying here.
Gensler.
I don't know if he is decrying these regulations or if he's saying, oh, look, Ken Griffin's crying about regulations. I don't really understand what's the point here. Because the title of the video is AMC stock $3 coming. All right, well, let's see.
Crypto market, of course, if you're a crypto investor, but definitely you cannot hate him for the stock market. Stock market, obviously, he's doing a very, very good job. Heavy lifting. 18 months, 50 new rules, majority of which are already approved. Again, enforcement, it's a different story. I understand that. But the most important ones, the ones that SEC currently sued by a lot of Wall Street firms, are already approved. And they will go into effect. And everything is about reporting. Reporting real-time information about your positions, which I truly believe, my opinion over here, is the biggest issue on the markets. Short selling. And, of course, not enough transparency. Sure, Gary Gensler at SEC, they do have a decision to make about order execution, best execution, and of course order flow through the lit markets or through the dark pools or through the wholesalers, right? They have plenty of new rules to impose or potentially propose at this stage, but they should start from somewhere. And I believe they definitely pick up the right end to start with. Let me know what you guys think about this, and do you believe that this time around is real? This time around.
Okay, so he's happy about the regulations that I guess
going from media to media or
Ken Griffin is not happy about.
Stage to complain about the SEC. Maybe the
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
the battle on the
Who cares? Irrelevant, as far as I'm concerned. I thought we were going to get Jim Cramer. That's the only reason, really, that I clicked on it. Okay, let's see. I know we got some stuff linked over in Telegram. I'll get to that. I'm just checking to see what's new here, because I haven't looked at any of this stuff in days. I may have to switch to searching for AMC stock, because there's a lot of bullshit here. AMC will moon unexpectedly. But wait a minute. You're saying that it will moon. So you expect it to moon. I'm curious. I know. It's bullshit.
The US and Canadian equity markets' stellar performance, despite all odds, proved to be highly unprofitable for short sellers who were betting on stocks to fall. According to S3 Partners research, short sellers faced an exceedingly difficult year in 2023, losing approximately $194.9 billion.
But did they actually lose that money?
Total net short position of $957 billion in 2023. Now, if short sellers lost $194 billion in 2023 and had a net short position of $957 billion, that means they could have lost a lot more money, nearly $1 trillion, especially with how the market has been performing. Now, they could have pulled profits from other spots, don't get me wrong, such as China's
my question,
as well as Tesla failing.
My question is, when we see these videos, we see these articles that say, where is it? According to S3 Partners research, short sellers faced an exceedingly difficult year in 2023. Okay, well, we could tell that just because the market went up, right? Losing approximately $194.9 billion. How do we know that? Where does that data come from? Bearish traders had a total short position of $957 billion in 2023. Okay. So let's think about it. Short positions are not reported to the SEC on quarterly filing reports. Okay, so we don't get it from that. We could maybe get it from share lending data, which I believe is what S3 uses. That's what Ortex uses. Strictly speaking, it's not necessarily true that borrowed shares are used for short selling. There are other uses for borrowed shares. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one proxy all the time. I'd say most of the time it probably is. Maybe 80% or something like that. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into that. But how do they know how much short sellers lose? And do they actually lose it? Or is it just at this point that would be their loss? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let me go forward here because I don't really so much care.
Are in the most profitable time frame for short sellers. However, eventually the bank sell-off will come to an end as the market continues to rise. Now, I want to drop this in front of you guys before we get into the entire video because we do have a lot of stuff to talk about. The OCC is proposing a regulation modification, and we recently touched on it. Basically, their proposal is to reduce margin requirements during periods of high market volatility in order to protect clearing members from a default. So here is
I don't see why
the SEC.
Why do we care about
Here
this?
is the file number. Include it in the subject line of your email. And basically, here is the email that Frank's Place left on Twitter in case you guys want to copy and paste it over there.
So he's saying, okay, here's this regulation that's being proposed. Does he even say what OCC means? Options Clearing Corporation. I don't know if he said that at the outset, but proposing to reduce margin requirements during periods of high market volatility in order to protect clearing members from default. Okay, are we not going to discuss that? We're just gonna go ahead and say no. We shouldn't approve that. And here's a letter that somebody else wrote that you can send in. Why though? Maybe I don't know. Let's see if he goes into it.
I will leave it pinned in the top of comments so that you guys can copy it as well. It's going to be Discord link, Moomoo link, and then this whole tweet. Now, we have a lot of stuff upcoming this week, and I want to talk about first, Plug Power CEO saying he is going to surprise short sellers since we are on the topic of short sellers. If we come over here and we take a look at Plug Power.
Because that's what I look for, a CEO who says that he's going to surprise short sellers. And based on the way that this chart looks, yeah, maybe surprise them with how much money they'll make.
That it looks
the short sellers, that is.
Similar to before that 2021 bubble when everything ran up. And that is not just Plug, ticker symbol PLUG. This is a ton of other plays as well. And we know what
it looks like AMC
have done in
lower highs,
keep an eye on Plug
lower lows,
in case this is a positive catalyst coming after
pumps and
PayPal,
dumps.
And they're trying to kind of reverse psychology us here. As PayPal was sort of a negative catalyst, Plug may be very bullish catalyst, right? And kick off this sort of stepping higher. Also, the stock is getting a lot of volume.
Isn't this like
into it over the past week? Something
electric vehicle charging company or something?
Is Ford.
I thought that was
I guess you
basically
could say
dead.
Technically EV company, but not necessarily, right? Ford is actually holding up a lot better than the other EV plays and is playing out sort of the same.
Is Ford an EV play?
Plug Power in the chart. So watch both of these. Now, what else is scaling up that is looking exactly
Plug Power's hydrogen cells. Okay.
Ethereum Classic, right? It's right here.
Oh, Ethereum Classic. That's the one that Trading with Emotion says is the da-da-da-da-da.
Doing what it's supposed to do, curling up, getting ready for that leg higher, and it's going to be a major move higher. And AMC, in my opinion, is going to follow this, and we're about to see that anytime.
Wait, why is AMC going to follow Ethereum Classic? I don't know why anybody would ever make that. Like I said, Trading with Emotions, which will forever and always be the worst name for a YouTube channel or anything having to do with trading. Maybe Passion would have been better. Trading with Passion. That I could see that. But Emotion? You a bag holder, son. They were the ones that made that association. Not that it matters. Do I really need to quibble about which retard came up with which retarded thing? I don't think so.
Also, Bitcoin is coming into the halving, and we're going to touch on that at the end of the video, what I think is going to happen with Bitcoin. But Ethereum Classic is going to stay and do what it's supposed to do, and I think AMC is going to follow. And a lot of other stocks doing their thing right now and squeezing short sellers out of their positions and just having major run-ups are ticker symbol DWAC, DWAC, of course, it's election year.
DWAC!
Not only this
DWAC!
If we take a look at PUN as well, PHU.
Wait, he spends so little time on these things. I didn't even see it. Oh, DWAC. This one is the most whack. Look at that. Just kidding. $40. I'd say some people got kind of lucky there on that. Various points here. Boy, do I remember this one when it came out. Because I traded it and made money right here at the beginning on that. A lot of people lost money. Look at this wonderful stock. What do these guys make? I don't know. They ain't making no money, though. Oh, boy, I swear to God. All right. Continuing with this brain deadery.
UN, it has the same exact setup as DWAC. You look at DWAC, you look at PUN, same exact thing, and there are multiple other plays, including GameStop, that are doing the same exact thing.
What?
Now, GameStop
same exact thing?
actually made me a little bit happy because we said, hey, this is looking bearish after this W is forming. And we really want to see a hold. And we got a nice green candle, bringing us to $14.73 out of this range, right? We're not out of the woods yet, but that means, as of right now, it's pushing us more towards a possibility of making that second high in the cycle. And I said, if we make that second high, that is going to be the...
Whoa, hold on now. GameStop has a cycle, too? Look at all this crap up here. I mean, seriously, look at all this garbage. What is this? Hang on, I'm going to highlight what I mean. I mean, you can probably tell what I mean because it's, you know, the video, but come on. God damn freaking OBS. Will somebody please make a professional live streaming application? I will gladly pay for it, but I am so sick of fucking OBS. And I'm a fan and patron of open source, free and open source software, but that application sucks. I'm talking about this stuff. What is all this crap here? All this stuff. These are the cycles. This is what he copied and pasted. See, he's going through and trying to see which one fits. And I showed one recent stream how if you go into here and let's say you want to do bars pattern, I want to take this bars pattern. Okay, cool. There it is, right? Now I can manipulate this. What do you mean you can manipulate it? Well, you can drag it. You can shorten it. You can lengthen it. You can also change the amplitude of and reverse it. Look at that. So if it doesn't fit this way, you can just take and drag it and get it to fit that way. How about that? So all of you cycle retards, my ass is coming for your ass. Okay? Because you don't just copy and paste a quote-unquote bars pattern and then go on YouTube and say that you have figured it out. You are full of shit, and I will nail your fucking ass before this is all said and done. I believe I already have. But your day is coming, even if I haven't called you out specifically yet or lately. But that little wiener trading with emotions, once I discovered you could do this, because how in the fuck would why would you ever want to do this? Reverse the pattern or condense it or just change the amplitude of it. Oh, look, I just changed it. I just made it from very volatile to low volatility. It's the same pattern. Cycle theory, quote unquote DD providers, your ass is grass. Anyway, I did not realize that lottery stocks was into that necessarily. Okay, anyway.
The second high that breaks us out of the macro trend line, the macro descending trend line on GameStop, which we have not ran out of since the squeeze of 2021. Okay, so this will be major if GameStop does go bullish, and also, of course, if AMC goes bullish, which it looks like everything is set up to do so, especially with how much short sellers are potentially losing within the overall market. Now, we also have AMC FTD numbers for January, a little bit odd. We may or may not be missing a few days here. And then also, it looks like there's...
You're not missing a few days. The reason that you think you're missing a few days is because there were no FTDs on those fucking days. Okay? If there's no data to report, they're not going to report any data. This is the government here, after all. They're going to save any bits and bytes they can. They're not going to produce duplicate data. Okay. If the pattern doesn't fit, you must adjust the pattern, but you never quit grifting. I added to your statement, James. Hope you don't mind. Noisy Korak says, I keep getting told a lot of my subs follow lottery stocks. Chat thinks he's worth old yellering. Unaliving? He's Epstein? I don't know. Quote unquote. Suicided. All right. Anyway.
So this is not the data that we wanted to see. However, this is going to bring me into my next point, of course, and it's self-reporting. Here is a list of banks ranked by derivatives who actually self-report. JP Morgan, Goldman, Citibank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, State Street, HSBC, US Bank, Bank of New York Mellon, PNC, TD.
Wait, what are these for again? I missed that. Hold on. Going back.
Morgan Goldman list of banks. My next point, of course, and it's self-reporting.
Hold on.
See, however, this is going to bring me into my knee. So this is not days here, and then also it looks like there's barely any. So this is not the data that we wanted to see. However, this is going to bring me into my next point, of course, and it's self-reporting. Here is a
self-reporting.
List of banks
Okay.
ranked by derivatives who actually self-report. JP Morgan, Goldman, Citibank, Bank of America.
Self-report
Wells
what?
Fargo, State
Every institution self-reports in terms of filing their fucking SEC required filings. Now we're calling that self-reporting as if it's something pejorative, as if it is implying that they're lying on it or doing fraud, I guess.
SBC,
Okay.
U.S. Bank, Bank of New York.
Seems rather
PNC,
brain dead to
TD,
me.
Choice Bank, Northern Trust Company, Citizens, Capital One, Morgan Stanley, Fifth Third Bank.
Yeah, all these
Bank,
banks.
BMO
Okay,
Bank.
we get it.
Down the list, right? There is a lot of banks here. Now, I want to bring up a point. The total value of notes as well as coins in circulation for the Bank of International Settlements is estimated to be about 8.28 trillion
Who cares?
US dollars.
So what?
20 major countries plus the euro area in 2021 in the most recent estimate. Well, all right. And the estimated total money supply, aka worth globally, is between 70 and 85 trillion. Wow, that's a big difference, right? What's more interesting is 70 and 80 total
Hold on.
supply, aka worth.
This is
globally
why.
is
Oh my
between
God.
70 and 85 trillion. Wow, that's a big difference.
Yeah, because money includes more than just notes and coins in circulation, you retard. Now, see, this is why right here, that if you don't know what, you know what? Tony's got a saying for this, and I just realized we didn't do the intro.
And, you know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so.
Yeah, well said, Tony. I'm sorry that you're dead. But what? Okay. Is he confusing hard currency M1 with total money supply? I think he is. Actually, I have a good segment that we could watch on this. Not from Alkin or Becker. It's actually from a real thing. And also, yeah, James, that one certainly. Are you saying? Wait, what?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying? What are you saying? Huh?
Okay, so he's saying that he's trying to use this figure here as a total money supply, which is not right. And then he's saying that, well, wait a minute, there's all this other money. Okay.
The most recent.
We'll address it.
Well, all right. And the estimated total money supply, aka worth globally, is between 70 and 85 trillion. Wow, that's a big difference, right? What's more interesting is one of these banks' derivative position is greater than all of that combined. Another bank's derivative position is almost greater than that, all combined.
UBS?
In fact, there are 3 to 4 to 5 banks that are in that
Bank of
same
China?
exact scenario. And then one's easily added
Which
up
one?
to be much, much greater than that. So the total amount in a derivative position is greater than the total money supply. Can you see where there is going to be a problem here, where there might be a problem here, especially if short sellers jump on the backs of an already declining price and the Fed cuts the bank term funding program off, and we go on and on about the catalyst coming forward for these banks. You can see where there is going.
Yeah, recession. Who cares?
Credit Suisse
Of course.
is withdrawing from their membership in GSD services effective February 16,
Oh my God.
2020.
Oh my God.
Which means that Credit Suisse
No
will
way.
no longer be able to clear and settle government securities
What?
through FICC.
No way.
They have to use other platforms or
Wait, what?
intermediaries. Basically, too long didn't read. Is this shows Credit Suisse's
Yeah,
weakness?
I bet you
shows
didn't
their
read it.
Lack of dominance going forward. And this is just the start of one bank, okay? We have been seeing failures and things like this across the board, as well as other entities like Citadel kind of trying to set themselves up to be the last one standing. Finally,
Oh, you need a citation for that, kid. You need a citation for that. Kind of setting themselves up to be the last one standing. What are you talking about? That is an emotionally only. That is that statement is only supported by emotions, not fact. Otherwise, I would think that you would throw out a fact for that, but no. That's ridiculous.
BlackRock, HSBC, UBS were all the largest buyers of the Evergrande debt. These institutions were the largest holders of debt issued by Evergrande, a major Chinese real estate developer that has been facing financial difficulties. As many of you know, recently they went bankrupt. Now, BlackRock is currently selling.
Yeah, you can oversimplify it and said, yeah, they went bankrupt. But did you know, for example, that the receiver who's handling this in China, they want to keep they want the company ultimately to continue operating. Now, I'm not saying that will happen, but it's not so simple as, oh, they went bankrupt. Oh, they're out of business. Oh, they're done. Oh, they went away. Oh, now everybody owes all this money. Nope. No, it's more complicated than that. Because it is such a huge deal. Maybe he'll get into that. Maybe he'll talk about that. But it sounds like he's just writing it off as bankruptcy, which it may well be. But at this point, at this stage in the game, we don't know.
Chinese office space at a 30%.
And guess what?
To their purchase price.
Just like Donahue said, just like, not like Donahue said, we didn't see everything explode on Monday as a result of the Evergrande liquidation decision last weekend. It didn't happen. In fact, well, I don't need to tell you what happened.
HSBC was just trying to get swap and loan data hidden. The CFTC has just imposed a $45 million fine on them for that, for alleged manipulative and
pocket change
trading related to swaps with bond.
Who cares?
UBS has just acquired Credit Suisse and lost a ton of money doing so, and Citadel just put in a bid to acquire Credit Suisse in China, making them the only global financial firm to submit a bid for this venture. The list goes on and on. Thanks for making moves. Now, before we get into the Fed speakers this week and what is about to happen with the overall market, guys, I put out a video yesterday for my first ever investments. I covered my first ever portfolio, my stock portfolio, so make sure to go watch that. I found it interesting.
Oh,
and I actually
yeah, no thanks.
Outperforming the market. So I think it's an interesting video.
Beginner's luck. We've all been there.
Old portfolio that I had growing up. So go look at that. Also, guys, get in the Discord. The link is right under the video. I'm in there on the daily. We talk stocks all day long. I also post my positions in there. Best people, best vibes, 3% for 3 months. Them once you trader, which is at Powell tonight, 7 p.m. for a free broker. Both of those links are in the comments as well as the description. Now, the Fed speakers this week are Chair Powell tonight, 7 p.m. and then tomorrow at 2 p.m. Remember Bostic. Tuesday, Nestor at 12 p.m. and then Wednesday, 11 a.m. and then 12:30 you have Kugler and Barkin, and then Bowman at 2 p.m. and then Barkin again Thursday at 12:05 p.m. The market is not showing weakness coming into the week. 494.35. The SPY is doing absolutely insane, burning short sellers, coming up to that $500 price target this week, in my opinion. Also, Bitcoin is coming into the halving. Pre-halving, we usually have a flash down. Now, this is what is expected, so don't expect it, right? This could happen. Don't get me wrong. There's probably a likelihood that it will happen, that you see a flash down in crypto, probably a flash down to 34 or 32, and it's not going to last long, a dip by opportunity, but it's not worth selling.
Yeah, it's not worth selling. Okay, whatever. Whatever. All right. Yeah, let me find this here real quick, and I'll pop back over to the futures. Of course, no, we're not going to allow, where is it? We're not going to allow him to talk to us about the Fed. No. Not happening. Absolutely not. That is absolutely crazy. All right, I just got to find the video because I watched it last night, I believe. Wait, I don't even remember what it was regarding now, actually. Oh, boy. So, as usual, the... What the hell? Oh. Da-da-da-da-da. What's happening in the notes there? Interesting. Okay. All right. Now, no. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really seeing this show up over on TradingView in the bond yields, but what's happening here right now appears to be a major dump. All right, we're just now starting to see stocks take a dump. We're seeing bonds take a dump. We're seeing the dollar start to jump up. This is the most movement I think that we've seen on a futures opening in a while. I'm just going to put that out there. So, and to think I almost wasn't going to do it today. Putting this into a little bit more perspective here. Obviously, not that much of a dump, but when you go in close, it sort of appears to be. So, of course, we'll probably see the V-shape thing happen, as we always do. It's the V-shaped society. Okay. Okay. So we're going to look at a couple more videos here, and then I do have a topic of discussion, which I don't always have. And we'll get to that. So, now we need to get over here to the not the creative investor. We need to get over to the common sense investor. Right? Because I heard that he had cracked the code. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. So I just got to find it, assuming he didn't take it off the internet. Here it is. I cracked the code. Look, he cracked the code. I cracked the code. The J. Powell FOMC Q&A. I'll dunk on anything. I don't know if I just need the links to it, but let's go. Let's crack the code first.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. And in this video, people, let me tell you right now, y'all know me. I'm a straight shooter, and I call it like I see it. And if you click off this video before you hear me out, you will be an idiot. Over 30 people has unsubscribed since I put up them videos about ChatGPT, and I'm fine with that. If I could make sure them 30 people could not get back on the boat, I would. Because what I've been working on is going to benefit everybody.
That's
all right.
That's rather vindictive of you. That's not so great. Anyway.
And it's so simple.
One might even consider that to be stupid in the eyes of the 5 laws of stupidity, but I digress.
I cracked the code in Amazon, people, and I used ChatGPT to do it. Now, I had this idea. I reached out to somebody in the Discord, and I said,
Wait a minute. What?
Do you have Amazon Kindle Unlimited? Because I took the ebooks that I wrote and I published them on Amazon, and I wanted to try something. And she said, no. And I said, well, look, if you go subscribe, let me know how much it is. I will send you the money to subscribe to the Amazon Kindle Unlimited. She came back and told me that it was going to be free for her to do it. And I said, okay, cool. So she joined for free. Then I told her, now go read one of my ebooks about AMC. She because she's an AMC shareholder. And she went and read that ebook. And I waited 15 minutes, and when we refreshed, I got paid for that. All right? And you're saying, well, that's wonderful, CSI, but wait a minute, you don't understand. I have been working for the last 2 days on the videos to show you step by step how to upload a book to Amazon, and I'm going to go view it for you, and you're going to get paid for it. Now, people, before I go any further, let me show you this right here. This Navigating the Nuances of Payment for Order Flow. I wrote that ebook and got the cover for it and got it uploaded to Amazon, and it was approved in an hour. All right. And remember,
wait,
you had
what?
Amazon Kindle Unlimited view.
Hold on.
And I'm going to go view it for you, and you're going to get paid for it. Now, people, before I go any further, let me show you this right here. This Navigating the Nuances of Payment for Order Flow. I wrote that ebook and got the cover for it and got it uploaded to Amazon, and it was approved in an hour. All right. And
he wrote the book and then did all those things, including getting it approved on Amazon in an hour? What? What is he, like some kind of speed writer or something? What kind of drugs is he on? What? Okay. All right.
And members who had Amazon Kindle Unlimited viewed the book, and I got paid for it in an hour. And I showed
That's crazy.
you how to do it step by step. All you have to do right now is, let's look over this form.
Okay. I'm afraid this is going to get me kicked off YouTube, to be honest with you, because this seems like a scam. So anyway, I'm whatever. If you want to crack the code, go watch the video. Citadel sues the SEC. Of course they did. Of course they did. All right. Let's go into here. No, not Russell Brand. Although it is an interesting video about Russell Brand.
All right, guys. So that's the meeting. It's over. I want to talk to you guys about a lot of this. I want to set up a chart for you, though, because I want to explain everything he said. And when I say he's double talking out of his mouth, it's because of this right here. Okay. So this is the Fed. This is their the Fed's balance sheet. Okay. So as you can see, and I'll show it to you in detail, you guys can see, this is back during the Great Depression here. The Great Depression. The Great Recession, which was 2007, 2009, 2008. You guys know the housing crisis. The Fed, at that time, Rob Bernanke, I believe, was chairman of the Fed. He got with Hank Paulson, and they decided they were going to do something unprecedented. They were going to...
I believe it was Ben Bernanke, actually. Ben Bernanke. Or was it Timothy Geithner? I think he was Treasury. All right, anyway.
Trillions of dollars worth of assets. Now, when the Fed buys assets, guys, when he's saying they're going to shrink their balance sheet, the assets themselves are actually, they have to be federally owned. So like governmental properties, like, so I'll give you an example. Treasuries, T-bills, T-notes, they have to be that way, and or they could be some MBSs, some mortgage-backed securities, but it's all tied to what's federal, right? Or what's owned by the government per se. But here's how this works. They buy them on a timeline. So they might buy them for a year or two, 10 years, 5 years. You guys understand where the way notes go. But as they're buying up these assets, that's allowing the interest rates to stay, low, relatively low. So when they bought in $2 trillion to save the housing crisis, that was zero, guys. They got it to zero, and they bought up $2 trillion. But look at what happened over the next X amount of years. It inflated just enough, like a balloon, where they picked up. But this is the pandemic. And this is the problem you have. When the Fed, they don't necessarily print money. It's not, hey, they printed money. I know we use that term. We're like, oh, they're just printing money. What they do is they actually leverage the position against a bank. So any bank might be able to borrow money that they didn't before, and the Fed backs that loan with one of these instruments, right? So when he's saying they're going to sell off, all they're going to do is roll off. It's actually called like a roll off. And let me make sure I get myself back on the screen here, because
like a dumpster.
All right.
Yes,
so
a roll
what
off.
they're gonna do is just like roll off the assets themselves. So they'll roll it off. Let's just say the T-bills are expiring at this point. They're going to right now, I believe they're unwinding.
I'm just letting them talk.
$1 billion a month. That's what's been the average. But guys, they hit all the way up to $9 trillion. $8.97 trillion was their balance sheet. So
what was that thing about giving somebody enough rope?
Come back down. He technically can't, because he spoke out both sides of his mouth, because he says, hey, the employment, it's going great, yada, yada, yada. But you remember what I told you. I told you this 2 years ago. I said, well, when you see employment drop off 2 million jobs, then you know we're heading in the right direction. Because here's the problem, guys. When they're naming, they go ECI. Whenever you hear that, guys, it's the employment cost index. How much does it cost an employer to hire someone? And we're not just talking about wages, because everybody wants to factor in wages. They go, well, they had a 2% increase on their pay. They had a 3% increase on their pay, but it's also benefits as well. So when you do payroll and benefits, and you combine those, you're looking at 5.1, 4.8, 4.9% is what people are paying, the cost of the employment. So that's how they get that ECI. But he's saying ECI is so strong. That means people are paying more, yes. So therefore, they can afford these inflated prices of items. The consumer price index, the CPI, which comes out and tells you, oh, well, inflation is dialing it back. Well, as deflation kicks in, okay, listen, as deflation kicks in, the employer...
As deflation kicks in, he said.
Employer now is making less margin, because the cost of goods sold, the COGS, everything around you is a less margin. So unless you had a reduction in pay, okay, payroll and or the employment force, your actual employment pool, unless you had a reduction, your margins are going to be minimum, meaning the top of this economy, the companies that keep this thing churning, they're going to have to lay people off. So however they want to pick their poison, you have to remember this meeting did not lower interest rates. You can come up and be like, you know what, guys, we're doing great. We need more data. You don't need more data. The data's already there. It's not going to change from now until May. I promise you. We're in February. From February to May, it's not going to change. But you have 2 more meetings, and you tell me you don't know if you're going to lower or not? You have no choice, because you didn't lower. You raise it to an all-time high level at 5.5, 5.75, whatever it may be, and you're stuck. You're in cruise control mode at this level.
Well, it's not an all-time high.
And you're
not even close.
What happens? Housing falls apart. Employment falls apart, because deflation is coming. Yes, the things cost less, and or it's evening out because we need more. But the unfortunate part is corporate America is not making more money. This is why big.
Oh no!
Because yes.
Oh no! Corporate America is not making more money. As you sit there in your Kirkland signature fucking hooded sweatshirt, like a fucking tool. Who wears Kirkland clothes with a fucking logo on it? Oh my God. Somebody who's proud to work at Costco. This is a company man right here, if I ever seen one. His face is a company face. All right. Anybody tell me that musical? That's from. Okay.
Yes, you're going to even out, but someone has to lose. Jerome Powell, you know this. And then tell your buddies over there in private equity, the Carlyle Group, Blackstone, Apollo, Ares, Bain and Company, and tell these guys that you work with your whole life, private equity, and they're going to give you a job after
private equity. There it is.
Like you refuse to answer right now. You're focused. I'm telling you, Jerome Powell, that they're coming in with the big broom. They're coming in to sweep in and take everything. Cripple companies, take those buildings like you would do with Kohl's, right? They can't afford it and they're going to sell off because no one can sustain the prices that you're holding. No one can sustain 5.5. No way. You can tell me the cost of living. You can tell me everything, but everyone has to essentially rent out their home. Guys, if you are out there and you watch this video somehow, some way, someday, there is no way on God's green earth that you can lose your house. Listen to me. You cannot lose your home at all. It's not even possible. This is the problem I have with the Fed right now.
What?
Okay?
What did he just say?
Guys, if you are out there and you watch this video somehow, some way, someday, there is no way on God's green earth that you can lose your house. Listen to me.
What?
You cannot lose your home at all. It's not even possible. This is the problem I have with the Fed right now, okay? It's not even possible to lose your home if you wanted to. Do you know why? Because no matter what you paid for, percent of Americans don't have an interest rate at 5.5%. They have it well below that. If you bought your house within the last 15 years, you don't have that interest rate. Meaning you could rent your house. I can come in here, come rent my house. They're going to pay your mortgage to rent the house. You'll figure out where you want to live, downgrade, go pay, $2,000 for a little 1-bedroom, hash it out in there. But I promise you, your mortgage is $4,000. Someone's paying it because the interest rates are that ridiculous. This is what we're talking about. You're going to tell me one thing out of your side of here.
What is he talking about? Excuse me? What? It doesn't matter if my mortgage is $4,000. Somebody will come rent my house. Well, I don't even know. I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. And James, it's how to succeed in business without really trying. Which I highly recommend to everybody if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend. Okay, all right.
And this is the truth because there's guys like me that have lived it. There's guys like me that just didn't wake up yesterday and read a book. We actually lived through 2008, 2009, 92 when we had to put a sign in front of my house, home for sale. Done all that shit. And I'm telling you right now, if you lose your home now, you're an idiot. Put it up for rent. It's not going anywhere. You're going to be fine. But they know this. He knows this. I promise you, go look at it, guys. Go look at retail. Okay? Go look at retail and go look at...
What is he trying to say here?
Margin. The margins themselves per product. Deflation is setting in now. The issue is you had to pay everybody more. So now that deflation is coming off the top line, how do you fix your bottom line? Well, thank God there's a company out there named GameStop that not only took away overtime pay, not only restructured their hours of employment to the store itself and the facility, not only shrank their workforce, and then they paid their senior directors and their store directors in RSU equity of the stock itself rather than cash. This is how you run your business when you're dealing with an environment with massive cash burn rates and a Fed policy that refuses to adjust. I remember because I was here, Jerome Powell, in 2021, when you said live on the stream, you said inflation what was the word he used, guys? It's just, God, what was the word? Oh, it just left me. He said transitory. There it is. You said it's just transitory. And I quote, and I said, you're crazy because McDonald's is selling a Big Mac for $7. Jack in the Box tacos are $1.50 and not $1. And I know what money's worth. So yes, people get a new job today.
First of all, this guy has no fucking idea what anything is worth. Apparently, okay, that's the first thing. Okay. Secondly, nobody ever expected prices to come down. That's deflation. That's a bad thing. What we're talking about is disinflation. It is the rate of price increases coming down. Prices are going up more slowly. That's what the Fed is trying to do. Not bring prices down. That's not their job. But from a monetary standpoint, which is really all that they have to work with, you have, this quantity of money. And the quantity theory of money is directly related to inflation. Let me see if I can find this. I don't know how much more of this we need to hear. Price stability is not the same as prices coming down or not changing. And actually, I was going to say this, but I didn't, but Corax jumped in with it here. It was transitory. Now, the problem with using a word like that is, okay, what time period are we talking about? And, but I did see a video that was quite good. Talked about this. Let's go back over to the futures real quick here. Oh. Yeah. Yes. All right, we're not going to watch this whole video. But this is on a channel called Wealthion. And I don't always like it, but sometimes I do. So we have a guy here, this dude here on the right, this guy. He's an economist. He is Stephen Hank, professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins University. Hey, that's Baltimore, isn't it? Where's Badback? All right.
And it sounds like you're concerned about expansion or expanding beyond the current countries that the war is happening in.
They're talking about geopolitical concerns, blah, blah, blah.
It keeps escalating every
I want to get to the part where he talks about
economy now, and you and your
the lags, and everything that he's talking about is centered on the money supply, by the way. So this is a great seg.
Your partner, John Greenwood, you've done a lot of research on the money supply and also the quantity theory of money. And I want to start right here. It's been a while since I was sitting in econ class, so I want you to give me a refresher and just provide me with a basic overview.
Bingo, James.
What it is, how it's calculated, and also how it pertains to the quantity theory of money.
Well, James, you can define it several ways. But and broadly or narrowly, and broadly, you include obviously currency, notes, and coins that are in circulation. That's a small part of the picture. The big chunk of the money supply, once you start measuring it broadly, let's say that the number M2 signifies the broadest measure that the Federal Reserve uses in the United States. And that roughly, if you deposits in the banking system make up, I'd say about 75% of two. I don't have it right in front of me, but the big bulk of money is really not produced by the central banks. It's produced by the commercial banks. So the best way to get a handle on it is think of deposits in banks or things that are close to being liquid deposits, deposits in money market funds, that counts in the money supply. So things that you can use to make transactions with, and you can use currency, of course, and you can use your checking account, and for money market accounts, a lot of those are associated with a debit card, so you can use a debit card and draw down your money market funds very quickly for instant transactions, or pretty close to it. You can always just withdraw and deposit money market funds into a checking account, write a check. But so at any rate, that's the main thing. The big part of it, and the elephant in the room really, is the commercial banking system. That's where most of the money comes from. When they make a loan to you, what happens? They top up your checking account, and you can spend it. It's money. So, and the best way to think about it too, from an economic point of view, is broadly measured. The more broadly the measure of money, the better. And that indicates the amount of so-called money that is in the hands of the non-bank public, you and me. We're not banks, but how much money do we have available to spend? And the reason for that is really the fuel that fuels the economy. That broad money, however, whether it's M2 or in some countries, it gets out to M3, a little broader measure, including a few other things. Those broad measures are relevant because that is fuel that makes the economy go around. And we really want to be looking, if we use, you mentioned the quantity theory of money, if we then look at the quantity theory of money, that theory is really a theory of national income determination that's driven by money. And when I say national income determination, that means what? It means nominal GDP. And nominal GDP has two components. One is inflation, and the other is real economic activity. So if inflation is now, about 3% in the United States, a little more than 3%, and if we're growing at 3%, that means that nominal 3 plus 3 equals 6. The nominal GDP is moving along at about 6%. Of course, some countries, we've got inflation over 1,000% per year in Zimbabwe. So even if the real growth in the economy is zero or negative, the nominal GDP would be over 1,000%. And the quantity theory of money helps get a handle on what that nominal GDP is. And the formula is the equation of exchange, really, and that is MV, money, whatever that broad measure is, times velocity, equals P, the price level, times Y, the real rate of growth in the economy. So on the right-hand side of that identity, the PY, the P is inflation, and the Y is real economic growth. So at any rate, and in short, that's it. Money moves things. Inflation is always and everywhere caused by changes in the money supply using the quantity theory of money. Which
boom, that's it right there.
As a guide to the course where nominal national income or nominal GDP is going in the economy. And by the way, John Greenwood and I, using this quantity theory of the money, we've hit the ups and downs in this inflation cycle almost perfectly in the United States. We said that we had a forecast. We said inflation might go up to as high as 9%. It actually went up to 9.1% in June of 2022, and then we said it would end last year, in December of last year. It would end between 2 and 5%. It ended at 3.4%. The headline's Consumer Price Index. So where is it going now? We think, given what's going on with the money supply and unprecedented contraction of the money supply in the United States, that next year we could end up at 2% or below by the end of the year. I shouldn't say next year. It's this year, 2024.
And so if I want to clarify or just summarize a lot of what you just said, money and the components of the money supply are the fuel that drive the economy. The more money in the system, the more robust the economy is, and the less The less money in the system, the less robust it is. Do I have that right?
Well, yeah, but we have to be careful when we say robust economy. That's robust, the nominal economy that's made with prices plus the real component of the economy. So usually when people talk about
so that pretty much covers what I wanted to cover there. But on that, talking about the money supply and how that really is the basis for inflation. And so he talked about the equation of exchange, which is here. Total money supply in circulation times the velocity of money equals the price level times an index of real expenditures. I would never dream of trying to do something like that, James, but it's so funny how all of this stuff is modeled by these equations, but at the end of the day, you know, there's a practical explanation, you know, of its usefulness. So I prefer to go with that. And he mentioned the unprecedented contraction in the money supply. And actually, if you pull up the M2 here on TradingView, this goes back to 1959. And you can indeed see that there is no point between now and 1959 that the money supply shrank by this much, which, by the way, how much is this? Well, let's see. To right now, it's about 4%. At its the lowest that it was about 4.5%, roughly. And by the way, that was right there in April of 2023, and I believe that we probably would have seen this continue down on some trajectory. But what happened right here? Silicon Valley Bank. This is when the bank failures started happening. So, of course, but even as it stands now, you know, it's down close to 4%. I mean, just looking for any dips in this, it's like it's hard to find anything. It flatlines a couple times. After 2008, it's, you know, sort of maybe dips slightly. But there you go. And when did it start to roll over? Well, you know, it hit its peak in the summer of 2022 and really started rolling over in the fall of 22. And so when we see, you know, well, actually we could pull up another comparison here on that. Core PCE, maybe. I don't know if this is going to work or not. This is a month change, though. That's not what I need. We need the here it is. So this is the Bureau of Labor Statistics core CPI year over year data. Okay. And we're on monthly chart here too, by the way. I don't know why it doesn't have the shade. Well, I guess I do know why, because we're on a regular chart here. But anyway, I'm going to shade in, or I'm going to put lines here. This is the beginning of 2022, and I don't know why. I don't want this line on here. There we go. So this is like the COVID line right there. And so we see money supply shoot up. And then we see how much longer? How long did it take? Let's say, let's just count it as being March of 2020. You start to see inflation, CPI, shoot up about 8 to 10 months later. Right? So what about here? Here we see the money supply peak out around the beginning of January 2022. 21.5 trillion. And we see the inflation numbers peak out. See, this is December 2022. We see the inflation peak out at August 2022. So what, 8 months? And then we start to see it really roll over. And we see the money supply rolling over too. So we know the source of inflation is always monetary. These types of charts here illustrate that. We see the monetary supply peak out first, then we see inflation peak out. So then it could be said this reduction in inflation is necessarily tied to and related to this drop in money supply, which is an unprecedented drop in money supply, as we saw throughout history back to 1959. So, supply chains, corporate profits, supply shocks, demand issues, all these other things are contributing to a lesser degree. But by and large, we're not seeing prices come down. We're seeing them rise more slowly. Okay. So, Marantz, you can use that segment free of charge. You don't even have to tell me that you used it. Yeah.
The ECI, I apologize, the Employment Cost Index, I understand that if you have a job today and every 2 years you switch your job, you're going to make more money than the person who's loyal to their company. I know that part because everybody has to adjust every year for that increase, for that index that is. But hey, what do I know? I know that I saw the Fed print
not much
most money it's ever printed in their life when it came to COVID, and no one's paid for it yet. No one's paid for it yet. And it just so happens that at that very moment, the year before, 2 years before COVID ever hit, there was a lot of hedge funds out there, a lot of private equity swinging a whole bet onto a little company.
Wait, was it hedge funds or private equity? Because those are two different types of institutions. I mean, necessarily speaking here, private equity is private. It's not dealing with publicly traded companies. So I don't know any hedge funds that are private equity groups. I mean, maybe they are, and I just don't, but I mean, generally speaking, and we talk about those two things as if they're, separate ecosystems, right? But he just said it.
Before, 2 years before.
And now he's saying, well, maybe it's because it was a shitty company, but I don't know.
Paid for it yet. No one's paid for it yet. And it just so happens that at that very moment, the year before, 2 years before COVID ever hit, There was a lot of hedge funds out there, a lot of private equity swinging a whole bet onto a little company called GameStop. That little thing on my wall here. And I'm telling you guys, they all bet against it. And now they're in big trouble because the Fed printed $9 trillion, an additional $5 trillion. Somebody has to pay for the housing crisis. Somebody has to pay for COVID. And somebody has to pay for shorting GameStop. And it's all correlated.
What?
And
You are brain dead if you believe that. And yes, the Fed doesn't create money. So the housing crisis, the what, and
somebody has to pay for the housing crisis, somebody has to pay for COVID, and somebody has to pay for shorting GameStop.
Housing crisis, pay for COVID, and pay for shorting GameStop. This is, all right. This has gone so far into the ridiculous that I'm just going to go ahead and say this. What you have here is you have a bag holder who's getting increasingly nervous that he may not recover what he's put in. These are the ramblings and musings of a bag holder. That's all this is. This is nonsensical because he is so emotionally charged from his unrealized losses. That's it. That's all this is. It's a crazy guy who's lost a lot of money, and so he's speaking crazy. I have no patience, no time, and no desire to listen to another single second of that. Come back when you can think clearly and not have to rely on QAnon and other conspiracy theories to get your point across, because it's not a good look. It makes you look foolish. It makes you look like you know nothing. And GameStop is not the center of the financial universe. It has nothing to do with housing, has nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. To connect it systemically to the health of the financial system is ignorant. I mean, he's officially gone more full retard than somebody like lottery stocks. Because at least with him, we know he's an idiot. Now we know Marantz is. Okay. Curtis trolling Marantz. Is that in the chat? Connect the dots to financial ruin. All right. Is it the one that starts at 3,600? Or is it the one that's the actual video? All right, we're getting there. Oh, by the way, the Wealthion video, it's the whole thing is good. I suggest, I just put the link to that in the chat. Okay. Let's see if this is it.
Yeah, what's up? Who's this?
This is Curtis.
Oh, you're back, Curtis. You're back for more.
I just want to talk about GameStop for a bit.
Oh, do you? Curtis, prepare yourself. Okay?
Okay.
You've been warned. Prepare yourself.
For what? GameStop?
I just told you. Prepare yourself.
For what?
Prepare yourself. Talk about...
This guy's such a fucking cocksucker. I can't fucking stand people like this. What a dickhead.
GameStop, go.
No, I want you to talk to me about GameStop. You're the GameStop guy.
Am I?
Aren't you?
Who are you?
What a fucking weenie. Oh my God. This is so fucking dumb.
I'm the Joker, baby. Who are you?
So you think you're funny?
Not really.
Okay, because you're
That's
not the
why
Joker.
I trade stocks. I'm not a comedian. I'm a stock trader.
Okay,
what are
so
you?
I'm an investor.
Okay. What are you investing in? GameStop?
I invest my money in 2 securities right now, GameStop and Costco.
Cool. I love Costco.
Oh,
GameStop?
sure.
It's interesting.
Yeah. What's
Why do you see
interesting?
GameStop? Where do you see long-term GameStop?
Long-term GameStop, I think it's going to be a great investment for myself because the price right now.
Where's the stock price going to be, though?
Who knows? Who knows?
What does GameStop have? What are they going to be doing in the upcoming years?
Have no idea. I'm clueless.
That's kind of curious. So why would you invest in GameStop when you can invest in Microsoft or Sony or companies that actually own the IPOs to these games you're talking about? GameStop owns the, like, it's just like, no one's going to be buying discs in 10 years, buddy. Like, no one's going to be, there's not a market for this anymore.
Okay. So let's just stop right there for a second. When was the last time you went to a GameStop?
Probably about, what's the year? 6 years ago, maybe.
So you're making my point for me. So you have not been to a GameStop to evaluate the company yourself.
No, why would I do that? I'll just Google
Why
it.
would you do that?
What?
Why would you
I
do that? Why would you not do the do? Hey, did you watch The Big Short?
I have seen The Big Short, yeah.
Okay, so in The Big Short, when they're evaluating whether or not to short the housing markets, did they just take for granted, they just take the information from whoever was giving it out, Dr. Michael Burry, they go, you know what, we believe his analysts of it, or did they go, you know what, we're going to go down to Florida, we're going to interview people ourselves, and we're going to see exactly what's happening with this housing market, or do you think it's just a movie?
We're talking about an essential market called the housing market, and you're comparing it to GameStop, a company that doesn't have any value anymore.
I'm not comparing it to that. I'm comparing the idea of doing your own due diligence by going and doing it yourself. Okay, before we go and canvas this investment, the way the business is run, what do? Do we give it a proof of concept? Do we
Did you
shop
buy
there?
GameStop at 500 and too scared to sell?
Yeah, that's what it
Is
was.
this what happened?
Yeah.
Did you watch The Big Short and Dumb Money and think you can trade?
No, I'm gonna do
don't
everything I
want
can to laugh right now at you because I don't want to come down to your level. Okay, because not only do I post every day my buy orders well below $500, literally 14, 12, 11. I mean, I posted 7 pages of screenshots of shares that are green. So what does that tell you on lot orders? But beyond that, did you not see Ryan Cohen post a picture of himself shopping at GameStop? Multiple photos, him shopping at GameStop, considering he's not even working for them at the time. He's just invested.
Hold on.
He's just invested.
Are you telling me?
Go ahead.
That there's photos on the internet?
There you go.
Of the CEO of GameStop?
You mean before he was the CEO?
GameStop?
See, you're not understanding again because you're being an idiot.
Of course they're going to be at GameStop because at the time that was the only way to get games. Now we're in a new
watch this,
environment when you have a whole open market where you can buy any game.
Hey, Joker.
This isn't 2010, buddy.
It doesn't have to be 2010.
This isn't the Blockbuster anymore. We don't need this shit. This is the same.
Oh man.
Same thing that's going to happen to Blockbuster is going to happen to GameStop. If you don't see that right now, then you're lying to yourself.
So you mean that GameStop? I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you talk. So I'm going to get this part out. So you mean to tell me that GameStop's going to miss out on an investment that they should have made, and therefore private equity is going to infiltrate the company and force them to go bankrupt?
Bingo.
Man, I'm going to be
Did you
honest with
study the private equity angle of Blockbuster before you talk about the business model and what's obsolete? Did you study that?
Well, do you talk about what it does for the environment and like how it's not even great to have these discs and these plastics more?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am talking about this. I am serious right now.
Okay, are you talking to me on a cell phone or a PC?
I am talking to you on a cell phone.
On a cell phone. And how many cell phones have you bought in your
Oh, here we go with the straw man argument.
Probably about 3, maybe 4.
Probably not. That's great. Only 4? That means you're young. I already knew that part. But beyond that, you think you're good for this environment?
Yeah, he already knew that part because he's whipping your fucking ass. Old fart. This guy sucks.
Driving around town, being on videos and whatever you're doing on computers. I mean, how do you buy your stock? Are you environmentally safe on this?
I buy Oh, I buy my stock.
See, straw man argument ad hominem. I mean, this guy has nothing.
Before you say it, you're not clever enough to do this off the fly. You see, I could do a lot of things with you. I can literally tear you apart, but I'm trying to be.
Oh, look at that confidence.
Watch this.
Look at that confidence. He's trying to muster.
From? Yeah, what country?
What country am I from?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to really tell that. All you need to know about me is that I've been to a GameStop. I want to talk about GameStop.
Yeah,
I don't really need to.
Do you see what I just did for you?
Guess what?
Do you see what I did?
What? You can't
I just tore you apart, and you don't even know it. I know exactly. I know where you're from. I know where you're from. I know what you stand for. I know who you are, based off of the way you talk. Do you know that I'm a professional investigator? Like, I interrogate professionally. I was trained by the United States military.
Wait, what?
You are a kid.
This guy is such a fucking dildo. I'm a professional investigator. I thought you were a professional YouTuber. I thought you did finance at Costco and marketing. Huh. Wow. Jack of all trades here.
In a candy shop right now.
Or maybe just a jackass.
You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know what you're doing. Young man, come with a better approach. When you don't do the due diligence or the reconnaissance of what you're going to invest in, that's your accord. You want to be a day trader? Show me how you've done due diligence on every investment that you've made trading. You have done none.
Actually,
I'll wait for it.
I've actually don't day trade.
Oh, okay, so what do you do?
I like to invest into stocks.
You invest into stocks. What stocks?
What am I invested into right now?
Probably ones that aren't down.
I'll play you right now. What are you
much
invested in right now?
What should I tell you? What do you want to know? Like, are you looking for like my blue chips or Nunya? Have you heard of it?
Yeah, none your business. Very, very impressive, kid. What's next?
Yep.
What's next? I'm gonna.
What's next? Let's go to the next clip. God, that's terrible. Cringe as fuck.
You have to try for it. You have to actually go ahead and do it.
So you tried
can't
GameStop? Did you try GameStop? I mean, because you're making an assumption off something you've never tried.
Oh, I have tried GameStop. I've been in GameStop for fucking 30 years now. GameStop's the best, bro.
Yeah,
GameStop.
okay. There you go.
What does GameStop do?
There you go, bullshitting again. You
What
never
does
really
GameStop
answer
do?
anything.
What does GameStop do?
I could say something, but I don't want to belittle it, so I'm just going to leave it alone.
What does GameStop do?
Curtis, you're not answering the question. You're doing
What does
you're doing
GameStop do?
You know, I let you
What does
trolls take
GameStop
over
do?
for a bit, until I get irritated, right? But you know what's the best part about me? The fact that I do have those 5 children, that it taught me patience. So I'm literally just letting you know life experience is going to win over you. So we'll sit here. I won't leave the chat, brother. I'll stay here all fucking night for you. But I guarantee you, I have more. Well, let's see. I do have it. Yeah.
What is GameStop? What is GameStop doing?
Making money.
What does GameStop do? What does GameStop do?
Make money.
How do they make money? How do they make money?
Selling collectibles, selling hardware and software.
Collectibles.
That is beautiful.
Okay. Now, what do you buy? That's what I'm asking you.
What do I buy?
Yeah. What do you invest in?
I don't know. What do I buy?
Nah, you see, I'm done with you because you wasted enough of my time. But I'm going to go back to the chat. I'm going to leave you there. You can sit there and suck on your thumb all you want. But until you tell me what you buy and you invest in,
I just want to know. I just want to know what your what GameStop does. I just want to know what GameStop does. I want to know the 10-year plan of GameStop right now. From now on, what is GameStop doing?
It's a secret.
All your money in right now. Let's go. What do you have it? What is GameStop doing? How is that money going to be more? Tell us right now. Come on, go. You're the GameStop guy. Come on, let's go. I'm the fucking child. Tell me what fucking GameStop's going to do.
They're going to sell Funko Pops to $100 billion.
Oh my God. Funko Pops. Why doesn't Funko Pops just sell them direct to the consumer? Why do we have to keep going through other companies? Oh, wait. Why would I fucking go buy a fucking Funko Pop?
Watch this, guys.
Are you fucking, it's like, what?
Funko Pops or Moas, bro. That's it. It's happening.
Funko Pop, you heard it here first. Funko Pops are taking GameStop back to $500. Everyone put their money in.
I just want to put it out there. GameStop's never at 500, and I'm talking about like with the split numbers. That's all I'm saying. So when they
what did it get to? What did it get to?
Well, I'm talking about the split numbers. I'm not talking about
what did GameStop get to? I actually don't know.
Pre-split 500. It went from 483
so
that it ended.
$500. Where is it now?
Aftermarket.
Where's the stock now?
I don't know, like $60.
Is GameStop actually at $60 right now?
Yeah, it's $14.50. What does that do? I'm not good at math, but what, $58?
What?
You know it's...
No, you motherfucker. It's not 58. It's motherfucking 1473. And don't use those fucking pre-split fucking numbers, you piece of fucking shit. God, I can't stand when these guys do that. I can't fucking stand when these guys do that.
Split 4-1. I mean, this is what I'm telling you, bro. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking about GameStop like if you've been in it for so long, or that you know the business model and you understand the board of directors and or the fact that private equity doesn't own it.
You're talking about that?
Are you talking about that?
Delusional.
Name me
You're
one investment.
Delusional.
Name me one investment that you
delusional.
have.
It's
you don't.
There's a reason it went for $500. There's a reason that I have a fucking whole Discord chat literally that... Bro,
makes fun of him.
You sit on this pedestal.
No, my point is that you have a Discord chat that's going to feed you any information you need right now because I'm asking you right now. I know you guys all strategically plan this every time you guys infiltrate the chat, and it's fine. You meltdowners are all the same, but I'm asking you,
Ooh, you meltdowners are all the same. Ooh, tough words from a big fat grifter.
It's going to give you away in a heartbeat because I'm going to explain it to you. What do you buy and what do you invest in? I'm going to ask you again.
To be honest, I fucking don't invest in a lot right now because the fucking market is going to fucking tank a lot.
See,
maybe the S&P 500, I would put some money in.
You don't. Don't tell me what you do and then you don't do it. Don't say, well, maybe I would put it in here and then I have a lot of money on the side. You have dry powder? What's your dry powder and how did you get it? What do you do for a living?
What is
down every time? Sing your ass all the way, kid. Sing. Sing. And tell all your bitches in the Discord they can't help you out of this one because you're going to need security.
Yeah. You ain't gonna help me in this Discord. What the fuck are you saying to me? I want to know why are you keep bringing myself up? All I want to talk about is GameStop. I come to the Discord talking about GameStop.
Sure, you
I
do.
like stocks. I want to.
You don't know shit about GameStop, so don't talk to me about it.
Okay, then tell me. Fucking tell me.
Go watch the videos. How about that? Go watch the
videos.
Oh, watch the videos on GameStop. The master at GameStop can't give me a 30-second explanation why he's gonna fucking lose all his money.
You don't deserve why I'm gonna lose all my money. You don't deserve.
You fucking already lost it.
Well, here you go. Here's $100 super chat. So maybe I didn't. Ooh. $100 super chat.
Yeah, no. $100 super chat. $100 super chat. $100 super chat. Who in the fuck is giving this clown $100 super chat? That person right there should be thrown in jail.
True price right now is $58. Well, he says he calls you a colorful word there. He's beyond lost, having zero clue. GME is about to win everything, period, and wait and see. And it can't be stopped. And only a waiting game for averaging and accumulating more shares currently. TikTok, dumb stormtroopers. There you go. Well, shout out to you, Jason, for sending out another super chat. Sir, I'm going to stay here until that empties out. So we're going to sit here and watch Curtis suck on his pacifier until he's done. And when he is done, and when he figures out what he buys or what he invested, or any of his other little meltdowners in that Discord that's coming at me, and you can't even sing a song with lyrics, so it's fine. Hum it all you want, kid. Whatever you're buying, you don't even know it. Because you don't know the board of directors of the shit you buy. You don't know private equity and their position.
You don't know private equity.
What do you buy?
What do you buy?
Exactly.
What do you buy?
Where do you work?
What do you buy?
Where do you work?
Where do I work?
Yeah, what do you do for a living?
I'm not fucking telling you shit.
Exactly.
Why the fuck do I? Why do you fucking want to know everything? All I want to know is
because he can't argue because he has no argument. whatsoever. This is what it looks like when you have no argument. This is great.
GameStop, not Curtis. GameStop, because every second I've been in this Discord, I want to talk about GameStop. You go, you're gay. You don't have any life experience. Oh,
I don't even know if you are. I don't even know if you are. All I said was I guess you're wearing fingernail polish. I didn't say anything about being your sexual orientation. It's on you.
Well, it's a good thing we're not talking about Marantz's lisps. Huh? Who's the one that sounds gay now? I hate Marantz so fucking much.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with me.
Not because of any lisp, but because he's ignorant as fuck.
I pray that you find love.
However, he's also a narcissist and has other traits. Pathological, insidious traits.
Bro, I'm gonna find so much love.
I know.
I'm gonna find more love. Oh God. Do you know what? I'm gonna fucking when GameStop goes back to $500,
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fucking sell that shit. And you know what I'm gonna buy?
How are you gonna sell it if you don't own it?
Oh, I don't own it.
I know. So how are you gonna sell it?
Oh, I'm just gonna do what you do and lie about it. You know.
What do you mean?
You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm gonna fucking win the lottery and then invest in a GameStop. That's gonna go to 500x. That's already like, if I made $1 million off the lottery, put $1 million in GameStop, that's our 500x. You know what? And then I'm gonna fucking use that $500 million and then reinvest into fucking Blockbuster. That one's a real rager. I heard they're gonna come back. I've heard.
Is this on your like little punch card list? I gotta say Blockbuster. I gotta say GameStop. And then I just want to let you know, $1 million if you win the lottery. I'm sorry to tell you, but the Canadian dollar is not as much as the U.S. dollar, so you're gonna lose at least 25% there. So what else do you want?
Ha 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 ha.
I'm gonna lose 25%.
Yeah, $1 million $1 million Canadian dollars are worth 750,000 U.S. dollars. That's the conversion rate.
I know.
What are you gonna invest in? Maple syrup? Yeah. See, I'll tear you apart, kid. It's too simple. You're too easy. Do you wear like a hat and you ride a horse? Are you a mount man? What are mount me hats? You want somebody to mount you?
Oh, I'm gonna take my horse and go to GameStop. I'm gonna buy some Funko Pops. Like, shut the fuck up. You're fucking such a.
That doesn't even sound manly when you say it.
The only fucking revenue GameStop's gonna get this year is
backpacks,
I'm gonna
bro.
fucking
Every
go to
year
GameStop
for
myself
school.
so I can buy you the fucking right size of shirt. Go to the fucking gym, you fucking hippo.
Oh, there you go,
James. It looks like they are supportive.
Is that part of
Marantz
strategic plan? No, they're gonna make money based off of backpacks. And watch this, I got something for you.
Backpacks.
So we got backpacks, Funko Pops. Let's hear it. Come on.
Beanie Babies. Precious Moments.
Lamps.
Figurines.
I've got this Minecraft lamp. It's gonna be lamps. They're gonna sell lamps, dude. I got it.
Okay, Minecraft lamps. Okay. So we got Minecraft lamps, backpack.
I wonder how I have just this random shit. Just like, I don't know. Oh, I bought this one too. What is this?
I love how they put all of the good comments at the bottom.
Don't worry, I'm showing the channel. I don't know what this big ass guy is, but he's part of gaming too. It's a Baby Yoda, big ass pillow. I don't know. Yeah, I just buy random shit, bro. That's all I know. Just like you.
Yeah.
You can't name one stock you buy. You can't tell me you invest at all, but yet you know everything about trading.
That's why you buy GameStop at $500 and now you're trying to buy it.
Are you an intern at like one of these hedge funds?
Random shit. I don't actually know what.
Is that it?
I don't even look into it.
So there's some choice comments down here. Scarcity is real for GME stock given the dollar cost averaging loyalty of many retail investors over the course of the prior 3 years. That factor alone makes the stock track differently than others. Right. The fundamentals and the gradual turning of profit will converge to add future value. Scarcity is real? Scarcity is real. Interesting. Scarcity is real. I don't think so. I don't think so. Scarcity is real. Yeah, that's why the stock is here at this price. It's so scarce that the price is there, not here or up here or somewhere. And look at the volume. All this volume. They're buying all the shares. There's no shares available because look at all this volume. They must have bought them. They bought them all. They bought them all here in 2021. They must have bought them all there. Look at all that volume. Ooh, oy. That's where they all are. There's a scarcity of shares. You can't buy them. Can't find them. They're not available. Sorry. GME is only going to go up when's new system comes out. This joker thought GME went from $500 to $14 pre-split. He was really annoying to listen to. Stop using Roaring Kitty as the thumbnail. You are reaching big time. Marantz, this is Badback's comment. Marantz, you're becoming unhinged, my guy. I can see plain in your eyes. I can see the pain in your eyes at 2:34 when you're trying to argue. The weight of your mistake is tearing you apart. The horror of looking into your family's eyes every day, knowing that you blew your chance. Your ego just can't let you admit it, though. I feel for you. That failure is eating you up inside. And somebody named Manuel12573, who's a member of Marantz's channel, says, who is this Curtis guy? How can I join his Discord? Liquidity not drying up there, huh? This crap stock can't even make it back to the post-split price of 32. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's way off. Yeah, that's way up here. Yeah, you're way off from that. That's 118%. Yeah. I'd say maybe we'll make $15. Maybe a more reasonable target here for the short term. How about that? Here's my price targets for GameStop. $15. $14.99. We'll make it a discount. $14.98. $14.98, and then we'll have it. Then we'll talk. Okay, back to the future. Futures. So we got ourselves a nice little dip. So you got yourself a nice little dip. What are you going to do with it? And let's see. Oh, I've been waiting to watch this one. We like to track these new channels. We got 2 of them right here. 3 of them, actually. We got Mikey's Money. We got Stock and Crypto Creep. And we have Ryan Hodges, also known as the kitchen remodeler guy. Always comes to us from a kitchen showroom. Let's start with Mikey.
What's good, YouTube? Today I'm going to be going over why I just bought more AMC stock and why I believe a huge squeeze is coming this week for AMC. But before I do get into that, make sure...
Didn't he say this last week? I don't know.
...to go down and subscribe if you are new to the channel. I do update you guys on AMC stock every single day. So today, February 2nd, we closed the day at $4.01, down 1.23% on the day. Pretty boring day, but we did bottom out at $3.93, and this does appear to be the bottom. We've been trading flat for almost a
month. Does it, huh?
5 days.
Oh, it appears to be the bottom. Well, we'll see about that, won't we?
And we bottomed at $3.93. We hit an all-time low. Never been this low in history. We did it today on February 2nd, and I do believe a huge reversal is coming very soon. Q4 earnings for AMC is coming out this month in less than 2 weeks, and they are going to be the best earnings that they've ever reported ever. It's going to include grocery popcorn for AMC. It's going to include...
How in the world is that actually possible? The best earnings ever. Okay. We have something to look forward to now, I guess. The best earnings ever.
Taylor Swift, Beyonce,
Taylor Swift.
Freddy's, a bunch of bangers that...
You don't hear much about Beyonce these days. What happened with that? I don't know.
That came out, and when earnings come out and everyone realizes that AMC is doing better now than before COVID, I think AMC is going to make a...
The stock still won't go up because that's not what the stock market does. It does not reflect past performance. Oh, he said it's going to go up. Oh, never mind.
Huge.
I guess apparently now it does.
It's down 99% in the past year. Not financial advice, but I'm just loading up at this level. I think it's a perfect time to buy the dip. Look at this bastard Kenny. This guy is saying, sir, tomorrow is payday. If we tank the price even further, they will buy shares at a discounted price, which is exactly correct. I bought more. I know a lot of y'all are buying more too. If this is your first time investing in AMC, think about it. I mean, 99.9% of people are down right now. If you're buying AMC at this level, you're the first ape ever to be buying AMC at this low of a price because it's never been this low in history. AMC theaters and AMC theaters,
and that is a distinction that you do not necessarily want to have
eventually.
Because what if it's not the bottom?
It doesn't matter how long it takes. I feel like $4 is extremely undervalued.
Yes, it does matter how long it takes because of something called opportunity cost. You haven't learned that yet because you haven't taken economics class yet. You probably never will. So, you fucked.
Especially after a reverse split. Come on now, guys. Something huge is about to happen, and I'm still holding all my shares. This guy said another 120 moon tickets. Who else bought more today? Bought another 120 shares at $4.07. Guys, like I said, this is an absolute steal. You don't have to buy AMC. Just keep it on your watch list. I guarantee you something big is coming. Great movie, my friends. Let's freaking go. This guy's panic seller, paper hands. Screw that. Hell no. Diamond hands on this side. Diamond hands all day because we're not selling no matter what. We are all diamond handed apes. A lot of people are down, obviously. A lot of people are losing faith in AMC, but the squeeze is going to come. It's inevitable. I do think we're going to go up still 1,000% or more. You just have to be patient. A lot of people, it gets me mad. A lot of people are just impatient. That's all it takes, patience. You don't have to sell tomorrow or the next month or the next year. At least I don't. I'm hoping.
God, this is like just a freaking litany of
and the stock is going to go up eventually.
Bag holder copium attempts.
Off the hook, a significant number of the world's best artists would like to explore doing things with AMC, which is absolutely.
Oh, I'm sure they would love to do that.
Beyonce, we got a bunch of other artists that are planning something with AMC. Because you think Taylor Swift is the only one that wants to drop a concert film, and Beyonce? No, everyone wants their time to shine, and they're gonna get their chance. A lot of big artists are gonna come to AMC. I'm telling you, it's not the only concert films. AMC distribution, I feel like, is gonna make over $1 billion this year easily, probably in the first half.
And the thing is, too, and I don't know if he realizes this or not, I have a feeling he probably doesn't. But let me just pop over to my other window here real quick. Real quick. I just did a little back of the napkin, so to speak, math. And this is intentionally cut off. Okay, you're not seeing the whole thing. If AMC went up 1,000% from where it's at now, it would be about $50 per share. $50 per share. $50 per share. So right now it's $4.50 per share, which they like to say is 45 cents per share. Just saying. 1,000% is around $5 a share in the way they talk about it. Anyway, just saying. I don't think he realizes that. They were never good with percentages. Anyway.
That's why I do believe AMC stock is easily going to go back up from this price. I refuse to believe this is the real price for AMC. Under $4 after a reverse split is insane. Down 90% just from the time we're at $4 before the split to now. It's time to load up is all I gotta say. It is time to load the boat. Not financial advice once again. You do what you want with your money.
Load the boat.
When Q4 drops, it is going to be insane. And they're saying this year that Q4 is going to drop before the market opens. So who knows what's going to happen that day. It's going to be the best earnings AMC ever reports. Let's see what happens. It's going to be intense. But that's going to do it for this video. I just wanted to update you guys on where we...
What in the world, in what universe does that even make any sense? The best earnings ever? That they've ever reported? I mean, I don't even know if it's worth looking at the box office or not, but oh my God. Time to load the boat. Yeah. Load the boat. I mean, it's not possible that AMC has their best quarter ever in Q4 of 2023. It's legitimately not possible. Just based on the box office numbers alone. Check it out. All right, Q1 2023, 1.7 billion. These are all billion. 1.7 billion, all right? This is last year. Q2, 2.3 billion. Q3, 2.6 billion. This is the gross for the movie industry, box office. Q4, 1.8. There is no way that AMC will report their best ever earnings in Q4 of 2023. Sorry, it's not possible. You lose, Mikey. It's just not possible. All right, couple more videos. Probably have to cut it short tonight. I'm thinking we'll do a stream tomorrow, a community engagement stream with the voice channel activated and all that. That's what I'm thinking right now. All right, let's do this guy.
Welcome to Stocks and Crypto. Today we're talking about AMC stock. We had a significant price action today. We dipped below $4. So we dipped below 40 cents to like 39 cents, which is the new lowest of all.
And here's another brain dead retard using the pre-split numbers. No, sir, it's not 35 cents. It's $3.50.
We have AMC stock. And I've been telling you in several of my videos, $4 is the make or break line. Now that we broke below $4, AMC stock's in serious trouble. So what does that mean? If we get close to $1 or below $1, you're going to hear Adam Aaron saying we need to do another reverse split. And now that we broke below $4, where's the support line? All right, I have the latest information for you. I'm going to be using Moomoo. If you want to use Moomoo and have access to this technical data that I use, you can sign up with my link. I'm going to put a link.
No, we'd rather not sign up with your link or anybody's link to another shit Chinese brokerage. We don't need more Chinese fucking shit brokerages. We don't. I mean, use whatever you want. But no. Fuck your shitty Chinese fucking brokerage.
So it benefits us both, okay? Moomoo is one of the platforms that I use.
Okay. Moomoo is one of them.
Analysis. Our new support line is at $3.96. We have resistance at $4.98. Only 5% of AMC shareholders are in the profit. 5%. Okay, now you take a look at the outflows on the day. We were up on the inflows on the day, okay? Slightly. It was very, very much flat. But let's take a look at the numbers.
Very much flat.
February 1st, they're saying overall we were $394,000 positive net inflows on the month. So,
net inflows don't tell you anything that you think that they're telling you. Doesn't matter. You can't make those comparisons.
See, on Moomoo. So should we be going down? Should the stock be going down? No.
Yeah, see, right there. Oh, more money's flowing into the stock, and so the stock should be going up. But that's not how it fucking works. Learn about the order book. Learn what really makes prices move. Until then,
it's signals with only one.
Go buy some new
We
glasses.
are heading down, even though people aren't selling off. You have the proof right there, okay?
And that's not proof of anything.
Professional indicators. We have 11 bullish signals with only one bearish right now. And you see that and you're like, ugh, I'm bearish. It just keeps going down, right? These are just professional bot indicators saying in the short term, AMC is probably going to bump up a little, right? So we broke below 4. Maybe we get we get.
Why does he not even seem like he wants the stock to go up? This is weird. This is a weird thing. I've long thought that these guys actually secretly don't want the stock to go up. They a squeeze for them, that would be a pink slip. That would be like getting the pink slip. Your job is done. They want this to go on forever. So, just food for thought.
Go to like 450, 470. Then we go.
Now there's a conspiracy for you.
360. It's like kind of like waves. Okay, so that's why the bots are saying, "Hey, we're bullish right now," because in the very short term, like maybe on the one day, we're bullish. Okay, that don't mean we're bullish for the week or anything like that. All right. You take a look at the short sale analysis, fairly steady. Take a look at the short interest. That's so much lower than it has been. If you go all the way back to July, you see it's spot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the short interest. It's weird. It's like it's lower now. It's so weird. So strange.
Right, and you're looking at how low it is now. But it's still significant,
Oh, yeah.
$22 million in shares sold short on AMC stock, right? So, what do you guys think about it?
It sucks.
What do you guys think about it? We broke below $4. They're saying that we have a historical high of $398 per share. That's with the reverse split built in. It's really only about like $72, $74, okay, in reality. 52-week low, $3.93 all-time low. It just happened today.
And by the way, I love how when they talk about this reverse split, the pre-numbers and all that, right? They just move the decimal point over, right? That's what they do. They move the decimal point over. But if you do that on the historical high, which is $398.31.9 apparently, you get 39. but we know that the actual high that it hit was 72. So where's and I'm sure it has to do with the fact that the ape equity was also combined, right? And it wasn't, there was that settlement also that messed with the number of shares. So my point is, can you really just move the decimal point over? Or is that even wrong? I would submit that that is even wrong. But I don't care to look into it any further. It's just funny because he just illustrated that. And it's almost like he had to kind of, redirect it because he even was thinking, I feel, wait a minute, shouldn't that be 7 anyway? Yeah, just funny.
Okay, Moon was saying in the free
it's all bullshit.
247 million.
They can't even get that part right.
Float with 247 million total shares out. Market cap dropped below $1 billion. It's at 994 million now. It's not even $1 billion.
Oh, that
AMC
sucks.
has $750 million in cash, and the whole market cap of the AMC is only 994. That's crazy.
Crazy.
That's insane.
It's almost like you want to.
They're trying to act like with.
It's almost like you want to say.
AMC has no
What
revenue.
the hell? Oh my God! No way!
There's no way. AMC is less than whatever he said. Sorry.
They have no assets, nothing. They're saying, well, the market cap's only 994 million. That's insane because I can just list 100 cryptocurrencies that have a higher market cap. This is ridiculous. What's going on with AMC? Regardless, it is going on.
The price is wrong, bitch.
That's what he's thinking.
Hit like, subscribe, and notification. Share the video with a friend. When you hit like, you're liking the video.
Crime scene confirmed. All right. Ryan, what do you got for us, buddy?
Guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is Ryan. For those of you
Here we go. From the kitchen studio, Ryan Hodges.
joining for the first time today. All right, guys, just want to make a quick video here. It's almost the weekend, or it's 4/11 on a Friday in Arizona. So if you're watching this on the East Coast, you're already starting your weekend, hopefully. I hope you guys...
No, I didn't start mine until almost 9 p.m. on Friday, so wrong again.
have a great weekend and just enjoy yourselves. Next weekend's the Super Bowl, so there's no football on TV this weekend unless you're into the Pro Bowl
Thank
game
God.
or whatever. So good luck with that. And
By the way, we do have a big old blowout live stream next weekend for the big game. Fuck it, we could say it. Super Bowl. Has nothing to do with football, though.
this is the perfect opportunity to go see a movie if you have time to go do that this weekend. Let's boost those sales.
The Super Bowl of grifting.
At the movie theater, and let's go from there. Guys, today we dropped below $4, and in after hours we were just below $4 a second ago when I looked. Let's take a look now. We are sitting right at $4 right now.
Right at $4.
After hours.
Wow.
And you know what? Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Guys, we know that they're trying to hit us hard. We bounced back up. We barely finished red on the week, so it's not like it's changing a lot. So don't let the
FUD
sub $4 number really get to you. I get that it could get in your heads and make you feel like things are just really going downhill.
I get that it could get in your heads.
Obviously, we're not where we would like to be. And there's a lot of reasons that could be, but I think the biggest reason that we need to keep in our minds of why this is happening is because of manipulation. Guys, they've been manipulating this stuff.
Oh, man. No way.
They don't have an option but to continue to do it. You can see it in the order books when you look at the sales that are going on, and you see that there are, correlated buys and sells at these massive numbers that are not retail doing it.
Oh. Well, but so they're allowed to do that. What are you talking about? Coordinated buys and sells. Oh. Sounds like crime to me. Where's Donahue George on this? That's what I want to know. Where is Donahue George on this? Well, I don't know, but that was absolutely fascinating, Ryan. Thank you so much for that. But let's pop over to common, not sense.
What's up, everybody? It's Common Sense Investor coming.
Oh, I guess it is.
Video. And in this video, I got a letter today from Fidelity.
Fidelity.
And they tell me in this letter, it's on the back of it, what their order flow practices are, and they explain everything in detail, step by step. Now, in case you didn't know, ChatGPT had a new update that I've been waiting to use, and this Fidelity letter right here was the perfect opportunity. All right? I typed in the letter to ChatGPT.
What?
And it gave me its response. It read the letter, and then it broke it down to me point by point. All right? Then,
wait. So he received a letter from Fidelity, and the first thing he did was he typed the letter in to ChatGPT and awaited its response? Why? Why didn't you just read the letter? He needs to have ChatGPT interpret it? I'm confused. They confess. What do they confess? Everything is hidden in plain sight for this brain-dead Muppet here. Holy fuck.
I didn't like the way it was broken down, so I asked ChatGPT to separate the bullet points.
Well, but see, oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, of the order flow. So then after me and ChatGPT got through talking about it, I said, so in a nutshell, Fidelity is saying when I buy or sell an equity, they send that order to their affiliate clearing firm named National Financial Services. Then it is NFS's responsibility to route that order to the market center or broker dealers, correct? And ChatGPT said yes. In a nutshell, that's exactly what the letter says. Here we go.
Okay.
Now here comes the upgrade. All right. They can do diagrams now in ChatGPT, and the upgrade is you could mention it. Watch this. All of my GPTs pop up, okay? And I can choose diagrams, and I have ChatGPT do a diagram for me of the letter, and there it is.
Okay.
All right? And that's what you're looking at now on your screen. So let's take a look and take a walkthrough of exactly what Fidelity's order flow looks like.
Why do we need to do this?
In this diagram.
Where's the smoking gun here? I'm so sick of this guy. He never has shit.
Liquidity, you would say. And by that, this is what they mean now when they say provide liquidity. Here's where it's fucked up, people. Now, providing liquidity means whether there are shares or not, the market maker can execute the order.
Yeah, and then they're going to turn around and buy the shares. This is nothing new. They're not confessing. It's not illegal. It's not bad. In fact, it's why you can buy the shares. I'm so done with that guy. Congratulations. You just described the way the market works. Good for you. Irrelevant. I got no time for this shit. None. But I do have always time for Matthew Perry. Because this guy only comes out when there's some grifting to be done. Nice. Wine rack back there. Boy, this guy's moving up.
What's up, you guys? It's Matt here. I want to talk about AMC in this video again because I don't think people understand how much AMC is heavily shorted, right?
Oh, we don't understand how much AMC is heavily shorted. Oh, okay. I guarantee you that we do, but I'm going to let him explain it to us with some data, I'm sure. I'm sure he's got the data.
Being shorted day in and day out. Is it something that's being held?
If I had to guess, he's going to use short volume because I already busted this guy's ass 2 years ago on short volume. And I swear to fucking God, if that's what it is again, I'm going to lose my fucking marbles.
Held crazy overnight. Maybe not, right? And there may be some things behind the scenes that we just don't see. But I know
You think? You mean like the way it actually works? No.
for a fact that hedge funds, big banks, smart money, right?
In other words, they. Just say they. Okay?
They all believe, smart money, right? They all believe that AMC is a failing business and that streaming is the way. I've even seen some comments on the last video that I made talking about how streaming is still the way and streaming is the future. I don't disagree with streaming is the future. Streaming is going to be the future in how we take in a lot of content. Just like how we see YouTube as a major way to get a lot of your content, a lot of your news, rather than news sources, honestly. But the point is that that's not going to be a money driver for a lot of these studios. And you know how they want to spend more and more money on more complex things. You understand?
What? What he just said was bullshit. I want you to listen to it again.
Content, a lot of your news rather than news sources, honestly. But the point is that that's not going to be a money driver for a lot of these studios. And you know how they want to spend more and more money on more complex things. You understand that CGI is expensive. You understand that.
What does that have to do with how the film is distributed? Please tell us.
All these green screens and special effects and things that they're doing is very, very expensive. So doing that, they need ticket sales. They need individual ticket sales in order to do that, rather than the cost of what? Unless you want streaming prices to go up. Like that's
well, they will. They have. They will.
Getting to a point where, Netflix has been losing money consistently, and a lot of people talk about how they're profitable, but they have literally billions of dollars in debt. And they gather more and more debt every single year.
Are they profitable? Do they make a profit? Do they return profits to their shareholders?
Profitable, even though it makes it seem like bottom line that they are profitable.
You are a fucking grifter. This guy's a fucking grifter. Wow, listen to this.
But what they're holding every single year. And it's because streaming is not necessarily profitable, even though it makes it seem like bottom line that they are profitable. But what they're holding on their balance sheet
is
not that profitable, right?
Wow. What a grifter.
Let's talk about this.
Grifting motherfucker.
AMC. Let's talk about why I believe that it is still heavily shorted and why it's still a great play. But guys, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell for more of these videos.
A great play. Oh, I can't wait to hear this, but I do want to hear it in faster speeds because this is not so great.
If you want to follow over there,
yeah, let's follow you on Rumble.
See, let's start with the short interest, right? We have to start there. And if we look at the short interest, it's 11%, way lower than where it was. I believe at like 30%, 20 to 30% at some points. But we're seeing it at 11.13% as of today. If we look at the short interest value, it's about $113 million. If you look at the utilization, we're looking at about 42%, right? The standard stuff that you really want to look at. And you understand that 11% is still high, right? That's still very, very high, but it's nowhere near what we saw with like GameStop when it was like 100+% short. And then even other ones that are 50% or when AMC was 30%. It's still massively lower.
That's not high. Okay. I'm just going to say 10%, not high.
Compared to there, but it still is high. What does this really mean? This means the short interest, the amount of shorted shares that are held overnight over a longer period of time, right? Rather than the shorts that are happening throughout the day. If you short something, it doesn't contribute to this number. It doesn't contribute to that until you get to an extended point. So if you are, let's say, shorting it in the day to keep the price down, and as you see people react to that, it gives you the ability to now cover.
Shorting it in the day to keep the price down. Well, Matt, that's not what happens, okay? I'm sorry. That's just not what happens. Shorting is not done to keep the price down. You are an idiot if you believe that. Okay? But please, let's get to the short volume. Can we? I know it's coming. I know it's coming.
See the price climb a little bit. That's something that you see standard practices on to keep a price down, to manipulate the price, even if it's controlled by the overall or overwhelming amount of retail traders. We've seen that time and time again, but I don't think people understand that.
But the price isn't controlled by the people that hold the stock. you're not exerting any influence at all over the price. So I don't know what he means by that.
If we look at, Fintel, right? Like if we look at Fintel, we're going to see that, and look at the short interest here. So the short volume ratio, you can see that on the first, which is yesterday, you saw 41% short volume ratio, meaning that out of all the volume that's out there, 41%.
And there it is. Right there.
That there's sell volume, there's you can sell within the market, you can sell the market, and then you can also buy long, right? So you're seeing, and then you also have options and stuff like that. But we're focusing mainly on that. If we look at all of the volume that happens within there, we're going to see that short volume takes up 41% of that. That's a massive amount, meaning that they're strategically placing it in spots to where they can make a significant amount of money and also make an impact on stabilizing the price at whatever they feel like it should stabilize as. It's not about recovering, it's about them stabilizing it and controlling the price, manipulating the price. They've done this time and time again. And you can see that every single day. It's not like just one day.
Nope.
38.
Nope. Wow, this is even worse than the original video about short volume that he did years ago. I don't know why it went to 482, by the way. Probably because I said no to 60 frames. Why would you want this fucking retard in 60 frames per second? Are you kidding me? Okay. Yeah, Netflix, Amazon, and Apple are profitable. They're all profitable, and they're all streaming. So, Matthew Perry, not quite sure where he's getting his information.
48%.
But listen to this, though.
In spots to where they can make a significant amount of money and also make an impact on stabilizing the price at whatever they feel like it should stabilize as. It's not about recovering. It's about them stabilizing it and controlling the price, manipulating the price.
It's about them controlling it and manipulating it.
They've done this time and time again. And you can see that every single day. It's not like just one day. You can see it's at 38%, 48%, 36, 38, 41, 45. We see it at 51% at one time.
Oh, my God.
They're shorting it over.
Which day was 51? Which day was 51? Let's find out. Oh, boy. The 22nd of January. All right.
Understand this.
Okay.
That if you wanted to keep a price down and you had a lot of money, all you really have to do, and this is a simple way of looking at it, all you really have to do is short the position a massive amount up front, see the prices
damn it, what an idiot.
wait for people to react. Those people end up reacting and when they do react, they end up reacting at a certain level to where they buy really quickly, right? So they'll buy at a level to where they feel like it's going to bounce. But if the shorters take away that bounce as well, now they have a downturn.
Right. Oh, yeah. You know what? That's fucking brilliant. That's a fucking brilliant plan. Fucking brilliant.
People bought a little bit, but then that downturn again, breaking through that level of support. And once it breaks through that level of support,
it says 3 million right there in short volume, 3 point something million in short volume on the 22nd. Okay.
That just bought in for a short-term trade, as well as people from the prior half end up selling because of all of the negativity. And when they sell, they
all that negativity.
Retail traders end up selling. They end up having a gap to cover and make it seem like it's dropping even more, but then also make it seem like it's more of a fake out breakout situation at the end. They're just covering their shorts. And then you see it drop again and again and again. It just happens over and over and over again. I see it all the time. And you have to understand that they have a way of manipulating the price because they have money. And if you don't understand that, you will never be able to be successful in the stock market unless you're trading with their system, always with their system, which is buying long into an ETF and letting it sit there for years and years. I invest that way as well, but you know what? I also invest the other way where I'm looking for
where you lose money,
more short-term trading, understanding what these institutions are going to do, what these hedge funds are going to do, and then I go from there. So anyways, before we really run out of time here, let's go into Webull, and you're going to see that currently AMC is down by about 3%. If we look at overall history and where this has dropped, right, this has dropped pretty
so wait a minute though.
I do want to look at,
he just abandoned the whole short thing.
The other way, where I'm looking for more short-term trading, understanding what these institutions are going to do, what these hedge funds are going to do, and then I go from there. So
yeah, so what does it even say here? FINRA short volume. Off exchange. Okay, but it doesn't actually say what short volume is here. Anyway. Now, just so we're, so I don't get accused of lying. I don't know why anybody would accuse me of lying. Nobody cares that much. Yeah, I heard the cat in there too. I don't think that was one of mine. Hold on one second here. I will have something. There's this guy out here called Scott fucking Allen. And he's got some videos. One of which appears to be called Short Volume Busted. AMC stock busted. Short volume isn't what you or Matthew Perry think it is. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. What was this guy saying 2 years ago?
Veracity of the claims by...
Oh, veracity. He's using big words. I don't like this guy.
I'm going to look at this Matthew Perry video real quick here. Now, I watched the first 4 minutes of it or so, and it's all the same typical stuff, right? He believes...
February 4th. I'm not even making this up. I did not know this before I clicked on this video, okay? This is completely serendipitous right now. This video that I'm highlighting here that I did this video 2 years ago exactly. February 4th, 2022. What is today? February 4th, 2024. 2 years ago. And you want to know the real tragedy? This video only has 223 views and 6 upvotes. And even then, who do you represent is the question I get. Yeah. That's how much people care.
believes in AMC.
Not you guys, of course.
Shares, blah, 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 blah. Look at the chart, blah, 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 blah. Look at Ortex, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes into this little spiel. So I want to listen to this here because I've been looking for an opportunity to talk about this particular topic. And as luck would have it, Matthew Perry has given me the perfect opportunity to do so.
And he gave me the perfect opportunity to look at a video that I did exactly 2 years ago. How about that? Thanks, Matt.
So if we
you demand
exchange data, again, we pretty much are picking up exactly where we left off. 64%, almost 65, 64.9% short today. Well, not today, but yesterday, right? Total, if you're looking at average for the last 30 days, average for the last 30 days is 59.42%. They are shorting this on average 60%. This is what's crazy. This is what doesn't line up and why it's such a strong position, no matter if the whole entire market is falling or just AMC is falling.
So that's not true. I'm going to let him continue for a little bit, see where this goes, because I haven't watched it beyond this. And then finally, we're going to go back and talk about short volume and why he's wrong.
It's ridiculous to see how much they're shorting this thing. And, we're sitting here just like, does anybody else see this? Do you see this? Because I see it, and it's ridiculous, right? So looking at that just makes me think that this is going to continue to be, yes, it could continue to drop down, but it's just going to continue to get stronger and stronger as they continue to drop it down. So Ortex data and chart exchange data shows me something positive for us, at least.
Okay, so let's come over to this document.
Okay, and I'm not going to continue further because obviously I already did once. But yeah, there it is. That's it. Right here, 2 years ago, exactly, to the day. There, I just put the link to that video in the chat. Go check it out. Give it a thumbs up if you didn't already, even though two of the people who did and left comments are in the chat here with us tonight. Lynn and Manuel. Thank you, guys. And also, if you go in the description of that video, you see the sources that I used to back that up. So what is short volume, understanding short volume, all that kind of stuff. So I'm really not inclined to do it again. But he's still doing it. 2 years later, he is still misrepresenting it. I mean, I believe that you can teach old dogs new tricks. But I don't know about old grifters. They don't seem to ever change. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate, but not surprising. How about this guy? This guy's a real piece of work.
What's up, my peeps? So one of the things that people didn't like, or retail investors didn't like, the fact that it said AMC could break down below $4 and actually trade in at $3 range. Now, truth be told, we might test 380. If we break 380, it goes down to 340. Okay, leading all the way up to earnings on February 27th to be in the after hours. I see that AMC trades flat. This is my opinion. Okay, now one other thing that I do got to say is the fact that what's going on with AMC now, the price being pushed down, is not an AMC thing. It's not straight manipulation. It's a whole market thing. It's a rate hike. It's a Jerome Powell thing. It's bad information. It's bad numbers for all the things that are coming out. If you look at the economic calendar, there's a lot of misses everywhere. So this is a whole market thing. So when I talk about earnings, people say, well, why you mention earnings? Because it's going to be bad. The numbers are not going to be very good. Negative EPS is already in the 60% range. And I understand that, okay? But when I talk about earnings have a positive sentiment, is this. At America come on and say, hey, you know what? Dilution is off the table now. We have enough capital. We do have a buyer for the stock, so we have a partnership, as well as a lot more debt restructuring. And that can create a lot of positive sentiment for AMC and in turn, push it to the upside. Now, that's not going to stop him from tweeting. What's up, my peeps? So one of the things that people didn't like, or retail investors didn't like, the fact that it said AMC could break down below $4.
Yeah, but why? What gives anybody the illusion that they don't need any more money? Yeah, he could say that. Probably wouldn't be true, would it? I'm not quite sure what the deal is there. Oh. Who are all these new channels? I don't know. Daily dose of truth, stock, and crypto. Okay.
If you're like me and you're in the AMC stock and you've been in it since 2021, maybe 2022,
then you... Is this like a solicitation for a lawyer? That's what it sounds like. Do you hold AMC stock? Have you held it for... If so, you may be entitled to nothing.
The price went down less than $4 today. Keep holding. Keep holding. If you're like me and you're in the...
Oh, that's it? That's literally it. Okay, I thought it was actually going to say something. Here we go. Here we go. This will take us up until 9 o'clock, at which time we will go our parting ways. Most likely. Okay. PLTR, what is that? Palantir? Is that what that is? I guess. Yeah, okay. Cool. Palantir. Phil, for real, young man, I'm not your enemy, sorry. Okay, this is the stuff I came for right here.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See, I'm thinking, see, I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell you every day, the data released us is false, and then it gives a false narrative of the market, so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, everyone is talking about FINRA admitting that they cannot see any FTDs that are overseas. Once these FTDs go overseas, they're no longer under FINRA's jurisdiction. So FINRA has no idea how many counterfeit shares have been sent overseas to hide out, hoping that retail investors sell their...
Now, how do stock shares get sent overseas? by the way. I thought that in our markets, in our country, we have a certain number of exchanges, 13, I think, and then there's all the off-exchange venues and everything else like that, and there's OTC, broker to broker, et cetera, but it's all within the country. And if shares are trading internationally, well, those are depository receipts. In other words, a bank or somebody, they have the actual shares and they hold them in an account, and then some derivative or stand-in product is traded in the foreign country. But he's saying that, I don't know, something about FTDs internationally and the shares sent to hide out. I'm going to have to go back and hear that from the beginning again. It could just be that it's nonsense or that he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Or maybe there's something to it. I don't know. Let's find out.
That cannot is talking about FINRA admitting that they cannot see any FTDs that are overseas. Once these FTDs go overseas, they're no longer under FINRA's jurisdiction. So FINRA has no idea how many counterfeit shares have been sent overseas to hide out, hoping that retail investors sell their shares and they can get out for cheap. Let me tell you something. This is just my opinion. FINRA doesn't want to know about these FTDs, because if there's 50 million FTDs and the next day there are zero, FINRA needs to ask those bad actors what happened to the FTDs. They shouldn't just accept that they were sent overseas so FINRA no longer has any authority over them. They need to give FINRA a precise explanation as to where.
Well, I can't seem to find anything on whatever he's talking about. Surely he gave it. No. No, he didn't. Hey, we got the Donahue George merchandise store, though. SEC, DOJ, any comments? Only $23.99, but I don't see any links to anything that backs up what he's saying. What is this? Amazon. Don't dip in your stash and splurge on a chain. Buy real estate by Donahue George from January 2021. Oh, okay. Where's the sales rank? Oh, it's only number 5.574947 million in books. 3 ratings. Great read. This book is great because it talks in simple terms. Well, I could have told you that. Good God, everybody's writing books these days. I'm writing a book. That's it. I'm writing a book. Why is FINRA still operating?
These FTDs went.
I can't find anything about FTDs being sent overseas. They don't send stock shares overseas. What are you talking about? You just fucked up. You bought the wrong thing. You held it for too long. You're an idiot. Can we just leave it at that? God.
The thing is, FINRA benefits from the FTDs going overseas.
No, they don't. No, they don't. How? How do they fucking benefit?
Well, it is less work for them.
Less work. Oh, less work. Not everybody's a lazy fucking sloth like you, trying to fucking grift your way into fucking disability. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, I'm pissed. This fucking blob. Fucking nebulous fucking. Ugh. I can't take it. This guy is too fucking dumb. Too motherfucking ignorant.
FINRA was concerned about the FTDs or control.
Oh, yeah. If they were concerned, they'd do this. They would do the thing that me, a fucking brain-dead idiot, should think that they should do. No. You are a straw man. You are fucking dumber than the straw man.
And protecting the market and protecting retail.
Oh, yeah, protecting retail investors. You know what would be the best protection? Your ass getting fucking thrown in fucking jail, you piece of shit.
What would they do? The minute that
Fuck you.
FTDs disappeared, the disappearing party would have to send a report to FINRA as to what happened to the FTDs.
Yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that. So that you can personally approve whether we're going to accept their reasoning or not. Give me a fucking break. What TBI did this guy get to make him this fucking dumb? For real. This is some fucking brain dead TBI level shit.
Did you close these FTDs out? Did you buy shares in the open market and cover these FTDs? But that's not what's happening. All these financial deliverers, they originate here in the United States. Well, a majority of them do. And
how do you know that? What are you talking about? You're so talking completely out of your ass.
After the fact, they end up overseas. But they right.
How does something doesn't even exist end up overseas? There is no fucking share. It is an entry in a computer. There is no physical fucking share. You're going to send the fucking digital shares overseas. No.
On U.S. soil. So if they were here February 1st and then February 2nd, they're not here anymore.
So now the conspiracy is, oh, look, they're not actually covering the FTDs. Even though it says that they... Get the fuck out of here. You have no proof for any of this shit. And he doesn't even care. He doesn't care that he doesn't have proof.
FINRA asked a question to the FTD.
No, they didn't ask a question. They asked a question. You ignorant fuck.
Holder as to where did they go? I mean, that's just basic common sense. But
no, it's not. You have no common sense.
FINRA is owned by the bad actors. The bad actors own FINRA. So they have no desire whatsoever to really keep track of the FTDs. They benefit from the FTDs going over.
That is so stupid.
They benefit from the naked shorting. They benefit from all the bad action.
Fuck you. You are... what the fuck? No fucking way. No fucking way. I don't even have enough space to put in the part about him not being able to practice law. I can't. I literally can't with this fucking guy. So what do? I watch another video. only because I want to hear him talk about his stupid lawsuit.
Put them out. See, I'm thinking, see, I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. It meant to give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Okay, a lot of people have been asking me, what's the next step?
A lot of people were asking you.
In the AMC RICO lawsuit against Ken Griffin and Citadel. Of course, in the
So now he's going to illegally put on his lawyer hat, which, by the way, he's not allowed to practice law or represent himself as a lawyer. I suppose that, honestly, I wish it also prohibited him from filing pro se actions. He belongs in jail.
DC. And here's the thing. There are different options that's available to me, but I am considering writing a letter to the court to explain the decision, because I don't understand how facts that had nothing to do with my lawsuit got into the motion. It makes absolutely no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense to me because I never mentioned.
Well, see, the thing is, Don, there were no facts in your lawsuit at all. See, that, I can see why you would get confused, because they came back and actually used facts. Yours didn't contain any facts. So, yeah, we understand why you would be confused.
The GME fiasco of 2021, the buy button fiasco wasn't in my motion. It wasn't in my lawsuit. So how did that become the major focus of the court's decision? It makes absolutely no.
Well, it wasn't they didn't make it the major focus. It was mentioned. But the reality is it is related. And if you can't see that, then I understand why you're not a lawyer anymore, because you don't look at things the right way. You think it's all about you. You think it's all about what you get. And that, consequently, is brought about your downfall as a fucking lawyer. So you're just an idiot. This guy's just a fucking loser.
Sense to me whatsoever. I mean,
it doesn't make sense to you. Well, I mean, too bad, so sad. Tough titties. What do you want to say? You want the court to hold your hand and tell you, look, Mr. George, we're sorry, but you don't have a case. That's what they're going to do.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that's not the issue. Here is what's the option that's available to me right now. Once you get a decision from the Court of Appeals, there's something called an en banc hearing, which is like a rehearing of the case. And you have, according to the federal rules, you have 12 days from the day that the decision came out to file a notice with the courts that you want an en banc hearing. And what an en banc hearing is you ask the courts to have the whole panel of judges look at the case. And the courts can decide yes to do an en banc or no to do an en banc. It's just really a rehearing of the decision that the courts made. So I have 12 days from the date of the judge's decision to do the en banc hearing. If I decide not to do that, even though I'm considering writing a letter for them to explain how facts that were not in my lawsuit, how did they get into the court's decision? It makes absolutely no sense to me. It's not even logical. And the more I think about it, the more crazier it gets to me. The more crazier it gets to me. That facts that had nothing to do with my lawsuit ended up in the court's decision. It makes me wonder if they gave it to some clerk to write. They gave it to some clerk to read and write. It was a clerk who might have been under the influence of the shills, and the judges just
there it is.
There it is. Interpretation and signed off.
I
mean, it's making no sense to me.
Because you're a conspiracy theorist. Because you don't look at things realistically. And that brings me to what I was going to talk about tonight that I got completely way off from. The psychology of conspiracy theories. And what makes these people tick, what makes these beliefs take hold. Well, looks like we got something to talk about tomorrow now. But yeah, that's what it is. It's that everything is a conspiracy to this guy. So, of course, when somebody comes out with something that doesn't fit into that conspiracy, this is absolutely crazy. Yeah, because it doesn't fit into your narrative that you've decided is the truth, even though there's no evidence to support it, and there's all this other evidence that supports something else. You're delusional.
Whatsoever. I don't understand how the GameStop buy button fiasco ended up in my lawsuit.
That's the third time you've said that in this video. We get it. But the reality is those were facts, and they were relevant.
When it was not part of my lawsuit.
It doesn't matter. Your lawsuit was concerning those stocks. It absolutely was. And that was relevant. That was the event that started that whole thing. So it was relevant.
And really, the more I think about it,
okay, yeah,
the crazier it gets.
I understand.
I'm really wondering if they gave my lawsuit to a
This is so ridiculous.
And this clerk decided to have creative license, have a creative license, and because the judges trust the clerk's decision, then the clerk just did whatever he wanted. He got creative with his writing, but it makes no sense to me whatsoever. But going back to what the option.
Well, that's another reason why this guy's not a lawyer. He thinks that that's what happens. You're an idiot. Come on.
Ask for a rehearing by the panel of the courts. But being that the case has been remanded down to the district court, we can go back to the district court, and then we can start discovery. We'll have a scheduling order where we'll decide when we will do discovery. And at this point, I should be able to depose Ken Griffin, depose Gary Gensler, and get to the heart of the lawsuit as to what exactly is going on with this AMC play. Because I don't understand how they're able to go into the dog pools, do whatever they want, create billions of counterfeit AMC shares every single day with no consequences, and they don't even have to show the blue sheets or the chain of...
That's because you don't understand the way the market is structured. Like, you don't need to file a lawsuit in order to know that. And the notion that this guy thinks he's going to depose Ken Griffin and all these people, it's laughable. If you think that this guy is going to actually get to do a deposition and ask Ken Griffin the questions, you got to be absolutely delusional. And he is delusional, so I think he does truly believe it. But if that happens, I don't know. I'll do something unprecedented. I'm not sure what yet. But that would be that would be astonishing. I would not even believe it. There is no way this guy is going to depose Ken Griffin. I don't see it at all. That is a pipe dream.
Of custody of these shares. And then you also add the fact that Citadel is a market maker, the hedge fund, and a dog pool. That is a monopoly.
No, it's not.
Violation of our antitrust laws.
If it were, you don't think somebody else would have noticed that already and taken action or suggested it? Come on. This is so 2021. It's like you just found out about this shit. They were literally in front of Congress 3 years ago. Nobody in Congress said anything. Nothing happened. This is a losing enterprise.
A violation of our RICO laws.
No, it's not.
So the courts are sending all that back down to the district court for us to litigate those issues.
You mean for your case to get dismissed there?
And if I don't decide to do the in-bank rehearing, which I'm still on the fence about, I didn't make a final decision, but I'll make a final decision in the next few days. But if I don't do the in-bank rehearing, then the lower courts will start making decisions again. And hopefully the courts will order these guys to participate in the discovery process.
Ain't gonna happen.
Never seen a judge not allow other parties participate in discovery. And I know a lot of you guys don't really know how the court system works, but if defendants are able to just not participate in discovery, the whole legal process stops. The whole
usually the case will get dismissed before that anyway. So
crazy. I've never seen a court not order parties to engage in discovery. What went on?
It has to be a valid lawsuit, though.
Absolutely crazy.
And you don't have one.
Unprecedented, but this shows the level of influence that these bad actors who control our stock market have over our judicial system.
So if that's the case, I'm stopping there. But if that's the case, then if they have enough influence over the judicial system to literally influence the decision for whatever, your stupid lawsuit, what makes you think that you would get discovery, that you would get to depose Ken Griffin? You're not going to make it anywhere near fucking Ken Griffin. Are you kidding me? Give me a fucking break. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Check this out.
Volatility, say that to the false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, the reverse repo is now 2 days in a row, 2 trading days in a row below 600,000. The reverse repo,
the arbitrary number that he assigned to it,
now at $513 billion. And I said if we get 5 days in a row, 5 trading days rather, 5 trading days in a row.
Why?
Under 600 billion.
Why?
We are going to see some crazy volatility in the market.
Why? Why? He never explained why. He just arbitrarily says that. Okay, cool. Well, looks like there's volatility in the market now, today, and it has not been over 5 days. So I don't know if that means he's wrong or what, but I don't know. Who knows? I mean, yeah, of course he's wrong, but hey, I'll take it. Oh, really, Model 3 dude? Let's find out.
Repo is at $2 trillion. The fact that it's down to 513 billion means the bad actor.
Wait, what does it mean? I can't wait for him to tell us what it means. That the reverse repo is down.
$2 trillion. The fact that it's down to 513 billion means the bad actor, these entities, these banks, are running out of money.
It means they're running out of money. Oh, is that what it means? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And because they're running out of money, that's why the reverse repo is dropping. And I came to this conclusion based on what I saw with the 2008 reverse repo numbers. When they dropped in 2008, that's when the crisis hit another level. And based on my analysis, and they say we don't do any DD, we close our eyes and throw darts at the board.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's how we decide what companies we want to invest in, according to the SEC and these bad actors. But based on everything I've seen, everything I've read, everything I've looked at for 2008, I predict that if the reverse repo stays below 600,000 for 5 consecutive trading days, there will be chaos. And maybe I am totally incorrect. I mean,
let's just end it right there, because that's probably the case. You probably are. Check this one out.
Man, this Frankie, let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion, may not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. Do your own DD. Like I said, some of the information in this video may be allegations. Just my opinion. So look, check this out. I'm doing this video, man, because this video is kind of like a buyer's beware video. But I'm talking about the stock market and not talking about some other products. Talking about Wall Street. I'm doing the video, man, because I don't want, people to lose money like myself and thousands of others have lost money on Wall Street and in some of these short squeeze plays. So what I'm saying is, in my opinion, Wall Street, these criminal short sellers and these 1%ers, they emotionally played retail investors. They manipulated retail investors. And it started 3.5 years ago, man, with these short squeeze plays. You see what I'm saying? People convinced retail to get in these short squeeze plays. Some of these hedge funds, these 1%ers and these counterfeiters, they play the game and they behind the doors.
What about Keith Gill? Roaring Kitty. Didn't a lot of people get into GameStop because of him and others like him? Just saying. I don't think that it was a hedge fund, unless he worked for a hedge fund, which maybe he did. I don't know. But it seems to me that the big figure that I would come to my mind when thinking about AMC, GameStop, and meme stock short squeezes in 2021 would be Keith Gill. Not saying that he forced people to do anything, but that was the figure who most people heard of, most people saw. I'm just saying, why not mention him? Because it has to be the short sell. It has to be the, it has to be the hedge funds, has to be, the Wall Street bad actors. I've said it since then, and I'm saying it now. I've said it then, saying it now, I said it at every point in between, and I will say it in the future. Keith Gill has blood on his hands when it comes to this debacle. Maybe not blood, but he bears responsibility, and a lot of people, if we're going to play that game, his name belongs up there with the other folks that are being mentioned in chat right now. That's all I'm saying. Because without him, you guys might not even know who I am, which may not be a bad thing for everybody. Just kidding. Happy to be here. But it is through the grace of Keith Gill that we came together. That's all I'm saying.
They convinced retail investors to get into these short squeeze plays. And when retail investors, man, got in these short squeeze plays, it was all the scam. It was all the fraud. Retail investors got robbed. The only people that
not every no. There are people who made money. They were just not retarded about it. And yeah, he disappeared. He would have told everyone to leave. Honest, yeah, absolutely. Probably the best decision he made was to leave and never look back. Probably better than the actual investment in itself.
Plays was counterfeiters, criminals.
Counterfeiters. Yeah.
They was the only ones, man, that made money off the short squeeze plays because, see, they knew the short squeeze.
And again, you got to put Keith Gill's name in there. You got to put Keith Gill's name in there.
They knew that they was a fraud. They knew the short squeeze plays, man, were all the scam. Because they knew if they engaged, this is my personal opinion, if they engaged in counterfeiting, criminal activity, and illegal naked shorting, they knew the powers that be or nobody else wasn't going to do anything about it. They knew that they would have a way out. They knew nobody wasn't going to do anything. See, we was novice investors 3.5 years ago. We got in these short squeeze plays. We thought the stock market was fair. We thought if we fought the short sale.
Wait a minute. No, you didn't, because one of the whole things was to make it fair. So how could you think that it was, and then you realized it wasn't, and then all of a sudden somehow you're going to make it that way? It makes no sense. No, you were trying to make a quick buck like every fucking body else. And it ended up not being quick, and you ended up losing a buck. So don't give me this, we thought it was fair bullshit. No, because you've been sitting there crying about how it's so unfair that you didn't get rich for 3 years. Okay? So no, I reject this.
You know, we could win, but everything, in my opinion, is corrupt.
And I told you, I've told him and everybody that it's not about beating the fucking hedge funds, because if you make it about that, you will never win. Winning means taking a profit. That's it. What anybody else is doing is irrelevant.
Wall Street's corrupt. Everything attached to Wall Street is corrupt. And they knew that. So they knew that retail investors was not going to beat them. These criminal short sellers and these counterfeiters, they knew it. These 1%ers. They knew we weren't going to beat them. You see what I'm saying? They knew they weren't going to lose. Because like I said, they knew Wall Street. They knew the powers to be just like, they knew them better than we did. So everybody just sat back, watched them steal billions of dollars from retail investors allegedly, and use that money to make trillions for themselves. They knew that. You see what I'm saying? It was all the fraud, man. And my thing is, man, if you get, this is my personal opinion, I ain't no financial advisor, man, do you? But man, look, if you get it in Wall Street, if you get into a new short squeeze play, talking about, man, you want to fight these short sellers and help companies, and you want to put all your money, man, in these short squeeze plays.
But nobody says that, because that's not what it's about.
Short squeeze play for a long period of time, and you gonna trap the short sellers. Bruh, you are a fool. You a damn fool if you get into one of these new short squeeze plays. Because all you gonna do, man, is get raw. The only people, man, that make money is the criminal short sellers. You see what I'm saying? Off the counterfeiting, off the naked shorting, off the security fraud and criminal acts.
Or just off the fact that they identified a company that was shit and is going down. Or, oh, we have these companies where people go to the store. Oh, what's that? All the stores are closed now? People can't go to them and spend their money? Maybe their stock price will go down. That's what happened, Frank. That's all that happened. You made it into something else. And you were wrong about it. So everybody will lose? No. Just because you lost money doesn't mean everybody will lose money. God damn. Give me a fucking break.
Bro, you're going to lose your money. You see what I'm saying? And what prompted me to do the video was this. I was watching Ace in the Hole video, and he was talking to Ham the Short Killer.
Why would you watch that and listen to those fucking morons? Those guys are morons. They have nothing to offer. Wow.
Posted a tweet that I think allegedly FINRA had put out there. So FINRA said that they have to admit that there are shares being held by foreign and overseas custodians that they don't have access to. Meaning that what I'm thinking, man, they know it's illegal naked shorts out there, but because they overseas, they can't do nothing about it. That's what I got out of it. It's just my opinion. And here's my thing, man.
Trey Collins, the Masked Investor, Review Dork, Rogue the Legacy, Short the VIX. Boom! I win. Rogue the Legacy is the one that nobody can remember because he's dead. I mean, he's off YouTube. Just played Counter-Strike with him yesterday. He's fine. I'm just kidding. I don't play that shit.
That sounds...
Yeah, right.
But
I actually do shit with my life, okay?
And it's bullshit from the perspective that, look, man, when it comes to Wall Street, if the people, man, that's governing Wall Street, overseeing Wall Street, If
Who governs Wall Street? Oh, this guy's so funny. This guy's so funny. Governs Wall Street. Who governs Wall Street? Give me a fucking break. All right. Mr. Sicko Trading. Who's this?
AMC stock next week or just tomorrow, is this thing a buy or sell at the same exact moment? Now, number one thing on the list, I'm speaking from experience. For context, I've done 15,500 plus videos on my YouTube channel over the last 3 years. I've documented everything, and I've gotten thousands of wins, right? My wins are outweigh the losses, so I'm pretty much profitable. And
Oh, yeah, okay, of course, yeah. My wins, blah, 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 blah. My wins, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting a lot of trust me bro vibes here.
I've documented everything again, so it can't be questioned whether this is legit or not. But past results doesn't mean future success, and I have nothing to sell you. I'm just sharing everything that I think the price is going to do. And this is my genuine opinion, okay? So with AMC, previously, I'm 3 out of 3 on the bearish side right here. The last one I was in 2023. So
Oh, 3 out of 3 on the bearish side.
Boom, I was bearish here, then I was boom, bearish there. And lastly, I started off with this being me being bearish here. So on the other side, like at the same exact moment when we have it like here, the present moment, what's next? I'm still expecting the lows to get cleared, and this is not like I have anything against AMC, and this is just pretty much a bearish trend at this same exact moment. And now it's not forever, so it is just a trend. So yeah, not financial advice. For me to be bullish, the price will need to start shifting above 480 with full candle closes and stuff like that.
480 for him to go long.
Strategy for free. You can check out the free course down below.
So he's bearish, and 480 and above would be long. Right. Now, I mentioned Markets with May. And she did actually come out with a video. I don't know if anybody saw this or not, but did AMC default on its debt? We talked about that. Alpha, I think that was Alpha Stocks Trading or something like that. Lynn, I think. The two redneck guys, I think. All right, let's see, and this will be the last video.
Hey guys, it's May from Markets with
I
May.
think.
I wanted to do a brief video on the articles that showed up this morning suggesting that AMC defaulted. Now, I have seen some kind of corrections, if you will, from Yahoo Finance subsequently, but the initial article, I got tagged on this first thing in the morning, and while I loved the question and I loved being able to help other people understand what they're seeing, I was mad at Yahoo Finance for failing to do their DD on this before publishing it.
But
now the format of this.
But did she do? But hang on a second, because I did my DD on it too. Hang on 1 second. The problem here is that this is the problem I ran into. That's the problem I ran into. Yeah. You have to subscribe to get the actual Moody's stuff. Now, somehow I was able to get something. But okay. Check this out. Now, I don't know who this is here. This is just some random person on Twitter. NFD 552. That's not NFT and that's not FTD. It's NFD. Moody's is from the 24th of January. Affirmed AMC Inc.'s CAA2 corporate family rating, CAA2 PD probability to default, B3 rating on the $400 million, 12.75% backed senior secured first lien notes residing at blah 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 blah. The outlook is stable. The affirmation reflects AMC's high pro forma financial leverage, currently around 8.1x total debt to EBITDA, and Moody's expectation that leverage will rise to the 9x to 9.5x region over the near term amid a weak movie slate in 2024 associated with, oh God, where is it? The double Hollywood strikes. Moody's expects this year's wide releases to be lower, resulting in reduced box office receipts near $8 billion compared to $9 billion last year. Expects AMC to continue producing negative free cash flow and rely on its sizable cash balances to offset operating losses. Despite the expectation of negative free cash flow, the company will likely continue using cash on hand to repurchase its high coupon debt in the open market. Last year, AMC repurchased or exchanged a total of $442.5 million of debt, which Moody's deemed distressed exchange defaults. There it is. Hence, the rating continues to reflect Moody's view that further distressed or exchanges or a potential balance sheet restructuring could occur over the rating horizon, given AMC's untenable debt capital structure. Okay? So this was somebody who was good enough to post what is behind that Moody's paywall on Twitter. So what does Markets with May say?
Video, I'm going to talk about why they published what they published, and then I'm going to talk about why it was really deceptive the way they spun it. First, the disclosures, past performance is not indicative of future returns. I do own the AMC bonds, but I own the subs, which means that I will get zeroed out if the company goes bankrupt. So I'm not thrilled when this kind of thing gets posted. The second thing is I do own stock in AMC. Now let's get into what happened and why it...
Wait. She does own stock in AMC? That's the first time personally I have heard her disclose that. Does anybody, Manuel, did you know that she owned stock in AMC? I was not aware of that. I'm being serious. I did not know. Okay. That's news to me.
It was a bit deceptive. Now first, let's talk about why they thought that this was a default. And that really has to do with the way that Moody's classifies the debt for equity exchanges when they're done the way that this one was done. The debt for equity exchange in and of itself isn't always considered a default. It's because this one was done at a premium to the equity value and was done marking the bonds where they were. And
in other words, distressed. Why don't you just say that? Distressed. Can we use that word? Distressed? I don't know. It's negative connotation.
So that necessarily looked like and does mean financially that whoever owned the two L's was taking an L. Now, I had discussed that this was probably the right call for anyone on the debt side that just needed their capital back. The weird thing for the debt holders and why there's an incentive to do this is because at December of last year, all the bonds were trading significantly lower. I mean, most have traded up 20 to 30%, plus AMC has been good on the dividend. Now, this gets a little complex, and I'm not going to go through it in a detailed way, but essentially, from last year to this year, a high yield debt fund would take a gain on the mark. So when they go to present to investors, it looks like a really big gain, probably to the tune of 25 to 30% on any of the AMC bonds. However, because of where the bonds were struck closer to par, you get to take a tax loss. And that's great in a year where you just have really, really aggressive positive markets in both debt and equity. Hence, to summarize, for any debt fund that might have done this, it was a win-win. From the fund's perspective, you get the tax loss benefit, the increase from the beginning of last year, and then you get your capital back. Plus, AMC actually did pay its dividends on the 2L. So why is it still considered a default? Well, it's considered a default because essentially the bondholders were willing to accept something less than par plus whatever's on that call schedule. So usually if you pay early, you have to pay a little bit of a penalty for doing so. But if it's true that they defaulted, why am I so upset with Yahoo Finance? Well, I'm upset with Yahoo Finance because first of all, they didn't describe it as a limited default. And second of all, the article really had to do with the idea that corporate borrowers weren't paying back their lenders. And that's technically not what happened here at all. First and foremost, debt is a contract. The lendor and lendee have the right to come up with a solution to the debt situation. And that solution is a far cry from failing to pay your bills. Second, the agreement between AMC and the lender that took the deal does not imply that anyone else holding the debt must do the exact same deal or that the bonds necessarily require being marked down.
I don't think anybody said that that was the case, though.
It's kind of upsetting about this is having paid down this debt circumstances are actually improved, not deteriorated from this action. And the final thing is that unlike some of the other companies that were mentioned in the article, this does not suggest that bankruptcy is imminent for AMC. Now, they still have a lot of debt to pay back.
Yeah.
Totally give you
also
that. But if anything, this.
But also, it said that they expect the leverage to actually increase from 8 to 9 to 9.5%. So there's that too. That's not good for investors.
Activity walked them in the opposite direction of bankruptcy. That's all.
Not really. No, I think that's a bit of a stretch. It does not bring them further away from bankruptcy. I don't think so. Don't think so.
For this video, if it was helpful, please do like, share, comment, subscribe. If it brings up other questions.
Yeah. I love May. She's not a Tony D. He lied to us. Oh, really? You don't say. You don't say. So you promoted the reverse split and they stole the investors' money, lied saying they were going to pay debt and never did. As everyone was saying, once reverse split goes through, the stock will tank, and it did. I'm not sure what you mean. Keep up the shilling. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah. May looks like AI. She sounds like it, too. Oh, my God. Wow. Unbelievable. Keenan Grace. Keenan Grace. Okay. What's going on in futures? We're chugging along here, it looks like. Basically sideways now at this point. Down about 0.2% on each market. Oh, breaking news. What are they saying now? Oh, all right. Well, looks like we got breaking news in Asia. Oh dear. Look at the Shanghai market, down over 2% today. Well, technically Monday, tomorrow. It doesn't make sense to say it's down 2% tomorrow, but it is. Ay, 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 ay. Yep. Now, the question is, I forget what the symbol is for this. Oh, damn it. I don't even know how many stocks are in that one. Shanghai Composite. Shenzhen component. So I believe this is the Shanghai Composite. And we're looking at specifically here today. Well, technically, I guess it is tomorrow there, but we're in local time on here. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. There it is. Here it is. So there's our 2% right there. And it looks like on Friday, closed down about 1.5%. On a weekly basis, last 5 days, down 7%. Month, 9.5%. 3 months, 12%. 6 months, 18.5%. Year to date, down 10%. 1 year ago, down 17.5%. 5 years, however, up 2.25%. So put in perspective, but now comparing something like a NASDAQ, actually, you know what? No. Comparing something like a NASDAQ future contract, comparing it the correct way, where does this go? I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Who in the fuck knows? Used to be that you would see correlation in these things. Now, who the fuck knows? I'm not even going to try to make any type of prediction. We really need one day to get the wildest videos from all these grifters to have one place. I agree. That would be fun. Asian stocks mostly decline. Mostly decline. But Japan's up 0.75%. So, what can you say? Hong Kong is down about 1%. Singapore is down 1.5%. Even though Japan is up 6.68, the JP VIX is up 3%. So figure that one out. Australia, this is concerning, is down, and New Zealand is down. Australia is down by 1%. That's interesting. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. This was an interesting one tonight. What about the news? Anything in the news? Actually, let's just do it this way. Well, they destroyed 4 Houthi cruise missiles. There's the China CSI 1000 down. Oh, great. Senators unveil $118 billion border policy deal. Awesome. Tesla raises Model 3 LR price by $1,000 in the U.S. That's cool. Trump doesn't think he'll face Biden in November. Well, who does he think he'll face then? When questioned about the possibility of former First Lady Michelle Obama being declared the nominee, okay, why is that even in the news? Charlotte, glad you made it, but we're getting ready to close her down for the week, for the day. Good God. But glad you're here. Destroying the FUD by creating FUD. All right. It has been a while since we looked at Uncle Frank, so I'm going to play Uncle Frank out. I'm going to speed him up because he's a little slow, sleepy Frank. And that'll be it. So I'll come back and sign off.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to hear my trading and market updates. This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be construed as financial advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Please remember to hit the like button if you enjoyed the presentation, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Let's get ready for this week together, starting with this preview from Wall Street Breakfast. The week ahead, we'll see earnings reports continue to pour.
We already heard about these.
Work their way through the bulk of the reporting. Philip Morris FOMC of 12 individuals from the Fed Reserve will be out speaking this week. 2 on Monday, 4 on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, 1 on Thursday, and 1 on Friday. I call this a spook and goose tour because any one of these people can spook or goose the markets while they're out there running their mouths. The only economic events I see worth mentioning are on Monday, S&P Final U.S. Services PMI, on Wednesday, consumer credit, on Thursday, initial jobless claims, and on Friday, CPI seasonal factor revisions. That could get interesting. Now, according to the algorithm over at NASDAQ, we should get a look at AMC's fourth quarter earnings call in late February, possibly on the 27th. Now, let's just assume it's going to be a great call, and Adam Aaron will destroy any potential rally with a dilution announcement or a poorly timed tweet. What we're talking about is a time window that's taking shape next month in March. Yes, my research focuses on event-based analysis because the hedgies are never going to cover
event-based analysis. How's that worked out?
Less they're forced to. That doesn't mean I stop using fundamental or technical analysis. It just means that when your opponent can violate the securities rules and laws with impunity, it will be a sudden, unexpected event that will ruin their day.
Violate securities laws with impunity. Citation needed there.
something like Archegos and Credit Suisse. If given the choice between insolvency and more cheating, I think we can all agree they're going to cheat more, right? Okay, so what will...
Nope.
To cover a sudden black or white swan event that could collapse their leverage chains, forcing the prime brokers to demand portfolio rebalancing, a fancy way to say margin calls. Now, beginning on March 1st, our first potential blockbuster of the year drops, which is Dune Part 2. No, I'm not saying if the movie does well, it'll cause a short squeeze. What I am saying is if the movie is a success, it could save what looks to be a tough quarter due to the strikes. Also, it could put AMC back in a favorable light if it builds momentum on top of a good earnings call in February.
You're basically saying that it's going to cause a squeeze. I mean, it's essentially no single movie has done fucking shit, and it won't.
The earnings call is on the 27th. Dune,
because a movie represents what is already here. It represents stuff that has already happened. And that's not what the stock price cares about.
Only 3 days later. So maybe we'll get some nice momentum and begin trending higher again, attracting some new buyers. Now, on March 11th, the Fed Reserve Board ends their bank term funding program. Kind of a big deal. March 15th, that's triple witching expiration day. Then on March 19th and 20th, we've got an FOMC meeting with a shift in focus to balance sheet runoff. Jay Powell's words, not mine. I say the window beginning with March 11th and ending with the FOMC meeting on the 20th looks pretty treacherous for a predatory short hedge fund. Now, I will be adding to this calendar as we move closer to the window. I also say Jay Powell could
treacherous how
a rate cut if the world is going to.
I mean, for the 10% short interest that's in AMC. Oh my God. God, this is so stupid.
In a handbasket by that March 20 meeting. If you really want to know what Uncle Frank is looking for, a culmination of events that will put the hedgies in a corner that they can't cheat, borrow, or bribe their way out of. I want the politicians to turn on them.
I don't think such corner exists.
Elections at risk. I want the primes to turn against them because they're putting the banking system at risk due to hidden over-leveraging. I want the media to turn on them because of how reckless they are.
Hidden over-leverage. Okay. Well, yeah.
I want the regulators to turn.
Hidden. It's always hidden.
Massive corruption and cheating is going to cause embarrassment.
Corruption and cheating.
Committee hearings. So here's my simple call. Just an opinion. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I will never recommend you buy, sell, or hold any security or cryptocurrency. But I do believe AMC will rise from its current prices as we approach this time window. Now, don't read too deeply into this, but it would appear Uncle Frank's not the only one interested in the mid-March time window. I see over 167,400 out of the money calls expiring on March 15th. That's triple witching day, and that's considerably more than the March 8th expiration at only 1,100.
That's because it's a triple witching day, and it's quarterly options. That's the only reason. Those options have been around longer than the February ones. You put something out for sale. If it's been for sale for longer, you're going to have more sales of that, probably. Common sense, Frank.
Let's face it, it's all the previous ones combined. They may be allowed to mark their shorts as longs, but they can't hide their options.
No, it's not. The first three right there is practically the same. So, I mean, come on.
Trades.
You add the top three together, they equal the one he highlighted.
Theatrical release.
Nope.
The Roadhouse remake with Jake Gyllenhaal won't be in theaters, no matter how much he and the director want.
Don't care. Don't care.
On a couple hundred in theaters, I'm not going to be watching the film. Okay, there she is on Instagram, guys, at Jennifer Sulky. I went over to tell her if it's not in theaters, I'm not going to be watching the film, and I'm certainly not going to sign up for Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Can I count on a couple hundred of you guys to do the same from Uncle Frank Finance? If it's not in the theaters first, I'm not watching it, Jen. Hope it bombs now.
Good.
And more of the same bullshit, this time from Netflix. Will Beverly Hills Cop Axel F be coming to theaters?
Yeah, see, streaming is dead. Streaming is dead, clearly. And there's his posturing.
They are, guys. I already bitched at Eddie Murphy about this, but can I...
You already bitched at Eddie Murphy. Wow. You think he fucking cares.
With the theaters, not against them. Now let's see if big streaming can follow this logic. A headline from Screen Rant. Wonka box office breaks another huge milestone. Rises in 2023's top 10 chart. Wonka has exceeded box office expectations and is on track to surpass 200 million domestic.
Because it was the only blockbuster out for several weeks. What are you talking about?
Making it a major...
There was no new movie.
Run on an Apple's big...
God.
And here's some mixed bad news from The Hollywood Reporter. Box office. Matthew Vaughn and Apple's big-budget Argyle bombs with $18 million U.S. debut. The $200 million plus film still managed to...
Who cares?
We're going to go see...
None of this matters.
Remember to hit the like button after this slide if you enjoyed the presentation. Subscribe to the channel and set the alert so you're notified when I have new information.
It's like that Metallica song. Nothing else matters. Does it? I mean, does it really? Does anything else? Well, insanity. I feel like this ending the stream is cause for a word from one of our longtime supporters here. And so I'm going to let him play us out. But tell you what, this stream has been a production of, well, myself, obviously. Oh, yeah. But I'm looking for the sponsorship stuff here. One second. But the sons and daughters of private equity had a hand in this one. If you know what I'm talking about, that is this organization, Sons and Daughters of Private Equity. So, thank you to them. Also, almost forgot about this one. The Stern Bears Foundation, reminding all bears that it's not over until the fat lady sings. And, of course, ALF, because where would anybody be without ALF, right? So, with all that goofiness out of the way, let us adjourn ourselves with a word from our good friend.
Stay at 4 on Donahue. This program is a paid advertisement for Personal Advancement Institute, Incorporated. Welcome to Secrets of Success. Discover how you can achieve financial freedom in the 90s.
What was your New Year resolution? Most people just talk about it. Are you going to make it happen?
Real estate expert Tom Vu on how to make a...
Real estate expert, Mr. Thomas Vu.
Fortune in the 90s.
A lot of people in America are wealthy, filthy rich. Is the next millionaire going to be you?
Self-made millionaire Tom Vu has taught thousands how to achieve financial freedom.
Most of America's richest people made their fortune in real estate. Isn't it about time for you to learn how?
Tom Vu's real estate investing seminar has been written up by many newspapers across North America, from Quebec to Miami.
Here's the proof. I took the Tom Vu seminar. I've got 10 houses here in my hand. What are you doing sitting there watching me when you should be figuring out a way to get to the Tom Vu seminar?
Exactly.
I know you may be thinking, my course may be the same like everybody else. My course is not the same like everybody else.
Hi, my name is Paul Minhas, and it's so simple to make money in foreclosed properties after taking Tom Vu's training, and I made 7 deals in 30 days, made $15,000. There are checks to prove it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I made $15,000 in 30 days. You want to make money? Go see Tom.
Do you think bargain property have a little for sale sign in front of the yard saying bargain property, $10,000 profit? Come on in. I never seen a sign like that in my life. You need special.
Me neither.
When you have the know-how to locate these bargain property, that's the key to make big profit. Take a look at some of these multi-million-dollar homes around here. Do you know that sometimes some of these owners could be motivated enough to discount their property?
He could have picked a sunny day to be out there. Look at that sky.
$1,000. Think
wow.
Fortune you could be made in one real estate transaction. That's what I do. Later in the show program, I will show you some of the property that I bought and made a lot of money. Look, very simple. If you have the know-how to be at the right place, at the right time, and know what you're doing, you make a lot of money. It's only common sense.
Simple as that.
The house I bought after taking the Tom Vu seminar. I have a contract here for $240,420, all signed by all the people, for this beautiful property on 2 rolling acres in prestigious.
What about that beautiful Lincoln Town car you got there?
$1,000 today. If you want to learn how to make good deals like this, come and see Tom Vu.
I know a lot of you may say, if Tom Vu making so much money in real estate, why is he teaching seminar? Well, someday you're a multi-millionaire, you have a lot of choices to spend your day. Today, I have a lot of choices to spend the day.
A lot of women to choose from there, Tom.
Caribbean, having fun. Today, I could relax, enjoy life around my mansion, watching the waterfall in the front, the waterfall in the back, the pool look like the lake, waterfall inside the house. I got tired of hearing the water running. Or today, I can do something that gives me the greatest personal satisfaction that even money couldn't buy, is showing
2 chicks at the same time, man.
Because I can relate to you. A certain amount of you are watching me right now, are working so hard, you're willing to pay the price of success, you're willing to sweat, but you got nothing because you lack a vehicle to achieve financial independence.
Ride the bus
When I first started out on
to the seminar.
I wish there was a multi-millionaire self-made would show me his secret to financial freedom. That's why now I enjoy showing the serious, hard-working people in America, the one who doesn't mind to pay the price of success, the secret to be wealthy.
Don't go away. We'll be back with more Secrets of Success right after this important announcement.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
Indeed, it is impossible.
To change things. You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me?
Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
Well said, Mr. Sand. Well said. Rest in peace.
Man, fuck you.
The layoffs are really starting to pile up out there. And China's down.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
China's down.
Are you saying it? What are you saying?
Over 2% at this point.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
Hong Kong, not far behind.
Don't really think that's the case.
All right, guys, have a good week.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
Maybe we'll be on for live stream tomorrow and open up the phones, the proverbial phones. In any case, have a good one. Adios.